We can hear you, Laverne. It'll be audience business in just a little while.
Excuse me, I didn't know that.
That's all right.
So I think while we were dealing with the technical difficulties, we're down to Roman numeral 5 audience business when we start back. I think we've done the
Yes.
preliminary.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now you can just push this.
We'll wait for Trustee Rogan and Trustee Miller to join us and then continue with our regular meeting. Waiting for Trustee Miller.
I'll text her to see if she's having issues.
Okay.
I had to enter a password for the first time since we've been doing this. And I also wasn't able to click on the link.
I just have to wonder if that's because I'd already started this meeting once and then had to end it for executive session and then start it again. But
No,
when I clicked on it, it worked.
It happened on the first time I came
Oh,
into the
okay.
regular meeting, yeah.
Yeah, I've had all kinds of weird things happening today.
She hasn't responded, but I'll keep working with her.
All right. I'll give it another minute.
I don't see that.
There she
Okay.
is. There she is. All right. Everybody's here. Next on the agenda is audience business. This is an opportunity for anybody in the audience to address the Town of Lyons governing body. Please state your name and address for the record. Is there anybody who wishes to address the Board of Trustees at this time?
Yes, I do.
Mrs. Johnson, your name and address for the record?
Laverne Johnson, 306 Evans Lines, Colorado. And we got rained out last Thursday, and we're going to have our program this Thursday at 7:15. And we'd like to have a welcome to summer and have the mayor give a welcome and the board members be introduced. And we'll crown Mr. and Mrs. Good Old Days, which is Dave Cosgrove and Crystal White, and honor our 4 pioneers. So we want to welcome you to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Johnson. I look forward to it, and hopefully it won't rain. Would anybody else wish to address the Board of Trustees at this time?
Sir Lauren Click would like to speak.
Who would, Clerk Vasquez?
Lauren Click.
Okay, Lauren, please, do your name and address for the record?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lauren Click. I am at 79 Nez Perces Court in Pinewood Springs. Hi. I'm also the chair of the Lyons Arts and Humanities Commission and a member of the Historical Preservation Committee. It's nice to see all of you. Thank you so much for having me. Good evening, Mayor and trustees and administrator. Hi. I'm just going to actually share my screen. I'm giving updates to the trustees on the Lyons Arts and Humanities Commission since we don't yet have a representative. I still have hope, though. I hope maybe this will induce one of you to jump up and say, I can't wait to be the representative from the trustees. So 1 second, please. I'm going to share like this. Pardon me. So just some brief updates for you on what we have been up to and what is coming up. And I have a very, very short but really interesting piece of some recent research that came out about the arts in recovery following COVID. So some of our updates, we have an opening, our first in-person openings. Again, I'm very happy to say 5:30 to 7, and these are tandem openings. So you will have new work at the town hall in the town hall chambers and at the library. We're welcoming Sally White King for a solo show at the library. Those are both the next Wednesday, 5:30 to 7. Please join us. It should be a lot of fun. Also, we have 2 poems that we'll be reading, that you'll be reading, or that will be read by the artists themselves, the poets, from our Lyons Poetry in Public Places contest. Those will be read at the 2nd Avenue Bridge grand opening on Thursday. Thank you to Kim. I think you're on. Thanks to Kim for including those. And we always want to have our artists and highlight them in the incredible work that you're doing. We raised sufficient funds for a permanent stone marker for the clarifier. So we had a tent at the recent fair and were able to raise enough funding to have a stone marker with the name of the clarifier. And next we'll be raising funds for a more detailed marker and map to match the rest that are going around in town. We have sculptures and paintings that are being installed throughout town. I hope that you've seen some of them. This is one of them called Nature, the one that you see here. And there's another piece that I'll show you here in a second that was recently installed. Also, our creative outlet is being installed, one of them in Laverne Johnson Park. And staff and the LIHC members submitted a grant to History Colorado for a micro grant to for the new Ute sculpture trail marker that we're working on. So we're hoping to get that to be sure that we have an incredible sculpture. Thank you all, as always, to all the staff and just really to all the staff. The town staff is incredible. They've been helpful on literally all of these projects and more. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Here are some of the newly installed works. The one to the right is Kevin Ginsburg. It's called Sculpture City. It's interactive. It's right in front of Stone Cup. So please feel free to interact with it, add pieces to it. And then as you see here, this is Hannah Finch Phillips installing a work that is sort of disappearing into the background in Laverne Johnson Park. She's a local artist. She lives in Lyons. Coming soon, this incredible sculpture will be installed in the town triangle in July. You'll see it soon. It's very large and very impressive and very, very cool. It's going to be a wonderful, striking, super contemporary piece for the entrance to Lyons. Also, we received 21 submissions for our Lyons Poetry in Public Places contest. Winners will be announced in July, and then we'll be installing the poetry around town in business windows and things in July and August. Just briefly, and I will email this to you so you can look at it, but some recent research that came out by Douglas Noonan at the Indiana University shows that arts can accelerate state and local economic turnaround. So this is based on empirical evidence. He looked following recession, the Great Depression, and following tragedies like Hurricane Katrina. So I'll send this to you, but in sum, the creativity stimulates the workforce, it stimulates development and boosters civic engagement. It makes the arts a powerful tool to build economic strength following a pandemic for a number of different reasons. And I think it's important to think not only how much we enjoy seeing artwork, but also how it directly impacts our economic recovery going forward. And just another reminder, if it's not on your calendar yet, please add this. Next Wednesday, 5:30 to 7, Town Hall and Regional Library. I hope to see you there. It's going to be fun. We'll have music and food. It'll be great to see everybody again in person. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Would anybody else wish to address the Board of Trustees at this time? Madam Clerk?
I don't see anyone with their hand raised, sir.
Thank you very much. Next on the agenda is the Boulder County Sheriff's Office report.
All right, good evening, everybody. I will start out with our trend of saying something that I'm grateful for. Nevada, may he rest in peace. I am also grateful for the fact that we had a great 4th of July weekend and everything went very well in Lyons. The parks were busy. We had no major issues. We had a water rescue that wasn't. Fortunately, it started out really scary, and we thought that this was going to be a big deal. But fortunately, the 15-year-old boy was able to get out of the water and walk back to the park. So overall, the parks went really, really well. We had a lot of staffing in there. I was able to talk with Crystal White. I want to thank her publicly for her information that she provided during that call. She's always kind of the eyes and ears, and she provided some good updates for us. Let's see. Other than that, everything else in town seems to be going status quo, and nothing terribly new from, well, actually there is. So a follow-up from a couple board meetings ago, still on the current legislation for less restrictive rest standards. They have been approved and are in effect today. So I haven't been able to really dissect it yet. I've been busy with meetings all day long, but hopefully we're getting kind of back to the pre-COVID law enforcement ways, and we'll go from there. Other than that, I have nothing else to report.
Are there any questions for Sergeant Christ? Sergeant Christ, when you were talking about being thankful, you cut out, sir. Could you repeat that? And could you please relate to the board the picture you took and what it was of and the significance?
Sure, absolutely. Can you guys hear me now? Everybody can hear me okay?
We can now.
Can you hear me, Mayor? Okay. Sorry, I'm on the road, so I pulled over. Yes. So, last week we laid to rest an officer, Gordon Beasley, out of Arvada, and I wanted to just pass along that I'm very grateful for his 19 years of service, of public service to the citizens of Arvada, and may he rest in peace. I shared a story with a couple folks, and it's quite poetic. I was involved in the funeral procession, and we had police cars and emergency vehicles lined up on Arapahoe Road from I-25 basically all the way to Flatirons Church in Lafayette. And during this time, we pulled over and waited for the family's motorcade to drive by, and we gave an appropriate salute as they did. And as that was happening, I glanced over my shoulder, and there on top of the telephone pole was one of the biggest American bald eagles I'd ever seen, perched on top and keeping watch over the funeral procession. So I thought that was thank you for reminding me of that and sharing that out to everybody.
Thank you, Sergeant Crisp. Please be safe, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Trustee reports, Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
I have no report. The Parks Commission hasn't met since our last meeting, and they're on the agenda on recent things they've been working on anyway, so I'll just defer till then.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Lowell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I've completely forgotten about the Trustee Rogan's be thankful for, or be grateful for, and I will just say, I am so grateful for all this rain. This has been wonderful. The only observation I have and a question, I guess, is at the Black Bear Hole this weekend, from Saturday night all the way through Monday, there were piles of garbage in front of the ash cans. There was everything from McDonald's bags to what appeared to be a giant black bag of household waste. And I guess my question was, and maybe Administrator Simonson can help me, or if Director Mitchell is on the line, there's a second set of receptacles there that are covered. They've been covered with a tarp, and I'm not sure why that's so. Now, I don't think they would have been able to handle the amount of garbage that was left there, but it certainly would have alleviated some of it. Does anybody know why those receptacles are covered?
Well, a couple of things. Thank you for pointing that out. I've also had other people send me photos from the weekend. I actually forwarded those photos and that message, of course, to Dave and the Public Works guys, wondering why our seasonals weren't out over the weekend getting those. Unfortunately, Dave is off this week, so I did not get a response. But there's no reason those receptacles shouldn't have been opened. We are thankful when people put the bags outside. That's fine if it's bagged and outside, but it still should be picked up that same day, as to not draw bears nearby. So I can tell you that I did reach out to the Public Works coordinator, but I did not get to talk with him today to find out why that was the situation. My understanding is at the end of the night, the Bone Park host is supposed to go by and make sure that it did get picked up. So I have unanswered questions as well, and I don't have your answers right now, but as soon as I do, I will follow up.
Thank you.
Trustee Caravas, are you ready?
Sure. UEB meets tomorrow. This is my last report, so I do not have any further report at this time.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Wong?
I have nothing to report. I was unable to attend the PCDC meeting last week due to vacation, so I have nothing to report.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Rogan?
Thank you, Mayor. I am grateful for Flood Recovery Manager Sanders as we look toward the completion of the 2nd Avenue Bridge. It's just an astounding accomplishment, and we're lucky to have her in town doing this work for us. So I would like to talk a little bit about something that's in the consent agenda. We have a long meeting tonight, so I'm not going to pull it from the consent agenda to say congratulations to Yanni Jones for hopefully submitting our application to become a certified local government, which will help a lot of people, hopefully. And then the only other thing I want to float, and I don't know if this would be a discussion for a future meeting, but regarding executive sessions, now that COVID restrictions have been lifted, the panelists at the CML webinar on effective governance suggested having executive sessions in person only. And that is because in person, you know exactly who is in the room, and over Zoom, you know, my husband could be sitting next to me and nobody would ever know. So for confidentiality purposes. So I would like to discuss that at some point, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Trustee Miller?
The Housing and Human Services Commission will meet next week, so I don't have anything.
Again, I'm going to repeat a person who I'm very thankful for, and I want her to be able to address the Board of Trustees at a meeting very shortly, and that's Cherie Moreau. She's our mental health person who works through Help Me Out, Browning.
Leaf.
Thank you very much. She works through LEAF, but I would like her to address the Board of Trustees as well, and because we have a mental health crisis in America right now, and I didn't have a chance to mention it under a moment of silence, but we lost a dear past trustee. So that's a person I would like to touch base with all of us. As far as anything else, I don't have much to add because we haven't met. The Sustainable Futures Commission has not met. The Student Advisory Council are off for a summer break, and they haven't met yet either. But in regard to Lauren's request for a liaison to the Lions Art and Humanities Board, I'll be meeting with her for a coffee to talk about a couple of issues, and perhaps I'll be that liaison. We'll have to see. There's a proclamation that I'm to read, and I'll do so now. A proclamation by the mayor of the town of Lyons, Colorado, recognizing the contributions of James L. Blankenship by dedicating the newly constructed 2nd Avenue Bridge in his memory. Whereas James Jim Blankenship, PE, served the town of Lyons as town engineer between 2002 and 2019. And whereas Jim was a qualified professional engineer, receiving his civil engineering degree from Colorado State University in 1988 and the title of Professional Engineer of the Year for Small Communities in 2017 from the American Public Works Association. And whereas Jim practiced civil engineering in the public sector for more than 30 years, and whereas Jim's institutional knowledge of the water, wastewater, stormwater, and street systems of Lyons expedited over 70 projects totaling more than $50 million for Lyons disaster recovery. And whereas Jim risked his life to get into Lyons following the Front Range flood of 2013 to assist the community as needed. And whereas Jim assisted FEMA with the damage assessment and designing temporary water and wastewater systems so residents could come home. And whereas Jim was professional in detailing his plans and communicating with federal and state officials, and whereas Jim worked tirelessly with the FEMA mitigation specialists to show the benefit of rebuilding the bridge, insisting that a repair would not be enough to keep people safe in future flood events. And whereas Jim was a man of integrity and humor who loved our community, loved the foothills and the people. And whereas the town of Lyons wishes to express its deep appreciation to Jim Blankenship and JLB Engineering for his dedicated service, now therefore, I, Nicholas Angelo, Mayor of the town of Lyons, hereby proclaim that the reconstructed 2nd Avenue Bridge be dedicated for the service and to the memory of James L. Blankenship, that the clerk of the town of Lyons shall affix the seal of the town of Lyons to this proclamation. It's a little emotional to me because I was the mayor of the Board of Trustees that hired Jim Blankenship. So I'll be reading that at the dedication as well. And hopefully I'll be able to maintain my composure a little bit better. Moving on, I have the great pleasure to appoint Neil Evers to the PCDC. Yanni helped me today find his application because I never appoint anybody to the PCDC unless I can speak with them because it's such an important position. Neil was very excited. He's eminently qualified. I continue to say on these appointments to commissions that I'm really amazed at the talent that lives in Lyons at the time. And Yanni will be working with me to try to also convince Neil to accept a position on the Historical Preservation Commission because that's actually his expertise, and we'll see if we can get that done as well. Madam Clerk, could you please read the next item into the record?
Yes, the next item is the Parks and Rec Commission update and direction from board regarding 1, Dark Skies event, 2, the Martin Trail, and 3, the Lyons Hall Ranch connection.
Before Ian Brighton, who I imagine is going to make this presentation, I would like to offer my deepest apologies for a very, very pointed, maybe even considered rude email that I sent him. And the reason I'm apologizing is I took out perhaps a little frustration that I was feeling in regard to commissions communicating with the Board of Trustees I sent him additional emails stating this, and I stated that, you know, sometimes we're a little bit harder on the ones that we love. Ian?
Thank you, Mayor Angela. I appreciate that. And yeah, no worries at all. We're all working, doing our best. And I always know that you're just looking after the community. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. So hi, everyone. And thanks for having me on. I guess I'll start out with gratitude. I'm just grateful for folks like Dave Cosgrove and Crystal White, who do so much for our parks, and so appreciative. Apparently Dave's probably gonna be out of town on Thursday, so I'll be able to give him the award, but Crystal will be there, which I'm looking forward to. So, but I wanna jump into this because I know you guys have a long night ahead of you. I guess I'll share my screen. Let's see, oh, there it is. Okay, can you guys see that screen?
Not yet.
Should be presentation. Lights Out Lions night. You're not seeing it?
No.
No.
Oh, that's because I hadn't hit share yet. Sorry.
No.
All right, hold on. Okay. It's always that last button that gets me. Okay, here we go. You're seeing that now?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So this first presentation is about a concept that came up in our January prioritization meeting that Trustee Lowell helped facilitate through his annual reporting. That was very helpful. And this came up as a goal, which is just become more night sky compliant as a community. And from that came this idea of just doing an event rather than trying to go down and make the whole town night sky compliant, which is a long process. We needed to gauge if we had support in the community. So that's really the purpose of this event. So let me just dive into it a little bit. We're calling it Lights Out Lions. We're going to be, it's happening on August 13th, which is the tail end of the Perseids meteor shower. We're going to be doing it out at Bond Park. We're going to have some guided talks, some astronomers there giving us some interesting insights on the stars. Town of Lions residents and businesses are encouraged to go lights out. And so we're going to be working on a communication campaign coming up here and outreach, trying to get buy-in to just simply turn off your lights for that night. The event's going to be open to anyone in town and businesses. And even though we're going to be gathering, excuse me, got some pepper in my throat. We're going to be gathering at Bone Park. The whole community obviously can participate in their backyard if we're all night sky compliant that night. So we've got a rain date of Friday, August 20th, in case it gets cloudy that night. And we're going to start at 8:30 with some stargazing talk. 9 and 10, we'll have some very soft acoustic music, and then dark to sunrise is just stargazing. We've earmarked the skate park because it's a nice flat area. We can put up a bunch of patio chairs and nice solid platform for telescopes. Why are we doing this? Well, we believe it'll enhance our quality of life and improves the environment for migrating birds and bugs, which has recently come out in newspaper articles. Reduces utility costs. So it seems like a win-win on many fronts. We've been coordinating with the town, Aaron Kaplan and Dave Cosgrove, on how to do this. It's very simple. This year, because Bone Park, we can simply shut down all the lights in that area. It's a breaker switch. So not a lot of town resources needed to do this. we're keeping a close eye on CDC guidelines for outdoor events. So this, it could change. But at the moment, we're just following CDC guidelines, which is there's no restrictions on numbers. We're not going to try and drum up a ton of people to this. I expect maybe a dozen or so this first round, and then we'll just see how it goes. We've got support from the UEB, who is also looking at the lighting policy throughout town, and the EAB has also discussed it and might be helping us as well. And so this event is also intended to just gauge community support for pursuing International Dark Sky Association. And anytime you pursue that certification, you need to have strong community support. So this is a great first step to see how the community reacts to it. We'll be monitoring, social media and getting feedback from the businesses that we reach out to, and just seeing how it goes. We're dipping our toe in the dark sky pool, as it were, and seeing if it's a good fit for our community. Here are just some articles that have come out recently. There's more and more communities that are starting to look at this. Several in Colorado, Naturita and Nucla are two. I believe Crestone is also dark sky certified. It requires pretty strict ordinances on brightness standards, and it's pretty involved. And it does involve a lot of outreach to businesses. They're not going to be able to have as bright of signs, for instance, and that can impact the economy. So we need to be, we need to go slowly and make sure this works for us in a way that fits what our town needs. There is great evidence that if we do dim lights at certain times of year during the bird migration, that it can really reduce mortality. We're a major bird migratory corridor, so this is the reason why we contacted EAB to see if they'd be interested in partnering with us. Yeah, light pollution, it's something that we can easily mitigate. So looking at a minimum, doing this to coincide with the bird migration is kind of the next step, but we'll see how this first one goes. So speaking of next steps, we're looking at now promoting the event, having the event on the in August, and then we'll do a debrief afterwards. Maybe we can come back to the board and just do a quick summary of how it went, and discuss how it might look in 2022. There's options for the town to purchase equipment in which we could dim the lights townwide. That's one way this could evolve. And yeah, so there's just different options we could look at. We're hoping to just kind of get the conversation started and just try this out once and see how it goes. Are there any questions?
Any questions for you? Continue, sir.
All right. I believe the next, okay, so the Martin parcel is the next one. Let me see. Can you guys see that now? Is the Martin parcel statement up?
Yeah, we can see it.
Oh, you can? Okay. Thanks, Trustee Waugh. Okay, so we recently voted and came to a consensus over the statement on the Martin parcel. Essentially, there's nothing much new to report here in terms of the overall vision that was outlined in the Dr. Bot plan. Or what the EAB drafted in 2017. We're essentially concurring with both of those documents that they put out. I think perhaps what might be more pertinent to today is just some of the user conflicts that are happening out there. I was just out there today to kind of check on it, and it looks like the residents are trying to block the right of way and with vehicles and put brush over. So there is conflict happening now. And I think it's a situation where we need to move forward, and the county needs to figure out where the right of way legally exists, and the town needs to decide if it's time to pursue a trail now or wait or what is the best option. So I don't think I should read it, but if anyone has questions, I'm happy to answer anything. I have had a few discussions with the residents out there, And obviously the Parks and Rec Commission, we've discussed it at length as well. So happy to.
Any questions on the Martin parcel?
Is it? Oh,
Ian,
Mayor Pro Tem?
Ian, would you talk just briefly about since you were out there today, and I've been out there recently too, about the condition of the property in terms of dead limbs and clearings, if it's going to be used for any kind of a small connector trail. And I'm looking toward potential budget items here in a couple of months. Is there some tree clearance and dead limb clearance that needs to be done out there?
I would say so. I mean, I don't think it needs to be excessive. This area, you know, and Dr. Bopp and the EAB and I think PRC all agrees that it needs to remain as natural as we can keep it. And to me, that means we don't mitigate every single hazard. So any tree that could potentially fall on the trail doesn't need to come out. But there are definitely some, I'd say, critical hazard trees that probably do need to come out. And fire mitigation, which is a little bit of an aside, but from a recreational perspective, yeah, I think, you know, a crew working in there for, you know, a day or two would probably do it. Nothing too crazy. The social trail that's already sort of been established over the last 3 years is actually in pretty decent shape. I have a trail design background, you know, in terms of how social trails usually evolve, it's not the worst I've seen. So I don't think there's any need to really even design anything in the near term. I think it would be relatively easy to restore the social trail that's cropped up in there. I think the biggest need at the moment is to identify and delineate that right-of-way access, determine if the town wants to establish their own maintenance access, you know, or work with the property owners who I think are at this point not interested in providing that. But again, that's, you know, that's a negotiation the town needs to make. But yeah, if the town is going to establish their own maintenance and emergency access, and I've thought about it quite a bit in terms of emergency response. If there were an incident upriver, that would be a pretty critical place to be able to get vehicles rapidly right off of County Road 69. So I think it has some emergency response advantages, and not to mention fire as a fire break and a place to stage operations. A tanker could potentially get water from that site. So there's, I think, compelling reasons to pursue the legitimate maintenance access that the town has, you know, rapid access to. And that would tie in with allowing public access to County Road 69. You know, the negotiation, I think, that was made was that it wouldn't be signed, or it would have a sign saying locals only, which my personal opinion on that is if you put a sign saying locals only, you've made that trail 10 times more attractive, because now it's like the locals trail, and found it, you know. So I would encourage no signage, no mapping, and you know, just keep it as a quote unquote route, you know, and not as a formal trail for now, and connect it to an emergency access or maintenance access road.
Any other questions for Ian? Continue, sir.
All right. Last but not least is Corona Hill, or the Lions to Hall Ranch connection. So this is what the infamous email that Mayor Angelo was alluding to earlier was about. And really the, you know, communication question was, is it appropriate for chairs to contact county planners, and in my case, I was trying to get information on the history of why Corona Hill was closed to the public and what appropriate steps were to reopen that conversation. I've since learned that you know, it's a sensitive subject for many at the county, and but there's also quite a strong desire within the community to access Hall Ranch over Corona Hill. And the important thing to know is that the flood did change the map. The flood changed one of our main access points, which was the pressure fine trail along Highway 7. That's washed out, and CDOT recently determined that it was cost prohibitive to put back. So that's a game changer in my opinion. And I think it's worth taking a look at at that area and at the decision that happened way back in 1998, I believe. I just, in front of your screen, I put a memo that was put out in 2005 describing why Corona Hill was sort of taken off the table. And it was taken off the table early on in the process when they were evaluating the area as part of the North Foothills Open Space Advisory, the North Foothills Plan. They, down here, I'll try not to scroll too fast, but they list 4 factors that led to their decision to take it off. The raptors, prairie dogs, significant plant communities, and trail design. And looking through these, you know, we now know that the raptors successfully fledged young during the rebuild of the park in 2013. So that would be an indication that they've maybe become accustomed to the urban lifestyle, as it were, and they're and it will not be disturbed by a trail. Also, it's feasible that a trail could be further away than the existing homes and the park users. So that's something that we could bring up. The prairie dogs, it was notable here, the last sentence, it says, though this colony has died off in the last couple of years, it'll likely recolonize in the future. Well, I'm curious, has it recolonized? And if it hasn't, I mean, that was, you know, we're going on 15 years now. Maybe the eagles have found somewhere else to get their lunch. Significant plant communities, there are significant plant communities. I did ask the planner if there were threatened and endangered species, T&E. He said there weren't, so there isn't federally protected plant species, but as a community, it is a very valuable ecosystem. No question about that. And then trail design, which is, yeah, like again, my wheelhouse. They mentioned 12% or less grades, which seems reasonable in that area. But then they mentioned something about considerably steeper off of the cliff band on the backside there. And, you know, I've just eyeballed it from the trail, and I feel like if you had a professional trail designer go back there and look at it, that would be more convincing than just a sentence here. It doesn't sound like anyone went out there and did a proper trail survey. So my feeling on a next step would just be to see if we can get a trail survey done and a feasible route identified. And then we can talk about how close is it to the eagle's nest, and does it impact prairie dogs, and how much of the ecosystem is, you know, blocked is it taking up. There's going to be other issues too to work through, but until we have that trail design, it'll be very much speculative, anything we move forward with. So,
any questions for Ian on the Lions Hall Ranch connection? Mayor Pro Tem.
One quick comment just on the steepness of the trail, grade of 12% or more from the notch down to the main trailhead. That's a 15-year-old report. I don't know who actually looked at the property, or if anybody looked at the property when they made, at the time they did this report, before I moved to this area. But I will tell you that there is an old ranch road from the main Hall Ranch trailhead that goes up to the saddle right beside Hat Rock Mountain that is very gentle grade. Switchbacks already in place, would take minimal clearing to use. So that this 15-year-old representation that there is a grade of greater than 12% that prevents that side of the trail from being done, it's just wrong. And just a quick comment, the Parks and Recreation Commission is just exploring this. They're not recommending anything. They haven't come to any conclusions. They haven't voted. But some of the information in this, and the reasons why that property was kept as closed space may no longer apply in kind of the direction I think that the Parks Commission wanted to get from the board or to advise the board is they were going to look at this. No conclusions yet, no recommendations yet, but this is something they intend to explore. And my personal opinion is it's well within their jurisdiction and they should explore it.
Can you give us our screen back, Ian? Thank you. I don't mind the Park and Recs Commission pursuing anything that it wants to pursue. However, I think it behooves the Park and Recs Commission, and this was basically the gist of my email to Ian originally, was that to have the support of the Board of Trustees in regard to pursuing items such as this, even beforehand, lends an incredible amount of additional support for the project in the eyes of the county. So I applaud the Parks Commission for pursuing this. I think it would be incredible if we didn't have to deal with the highway and could access the Hall Ranch over Corona Hill on this trail. I would just caution that during mating season, that maybe we either rope off access or put signage up there. I just don't want to risk anything happening to the Eagles. They've become almost synonymous with Lions and especially LMJ Park. Any other comments for Ian? I think that the board should concur with all of these goals then, for the reasons that I just stated. Do we support these three goals that were presented by the Park and Recs Commission? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I think they're moving in the right direction on all these.
Trustee Lowell?
Definitely.
Trustee Caravas?
Okay.
Trustee Waugh?
Yes.
Trustee Rogan?
Yep.
Trustee Miller?
Yep.
You have the unanimous support of the Board of Trustees, Chairman Brighton. Thank you,
very much,
sir.
everyone.
Thank you. Okay, staff reports, flood recovery update.
Evening, everybody. I just want to start off by saying thank you to Trustee Rogan for mentioning flood recovery. That's much appreciated. I'd like to add to that, I am very thankful for the flood recovery team that we've had over the last 8 years to accomplish what we have to date. Very thankful for town staff. This has been a huge learning curve for everyone. So we've come a long way. We're not quite finished. The bridge will be our last FEMA project, but we still have 3 more recovery projects to finish this year, and then we will be finished with recovery. I also would like to thank the patience of the residents. I'm thankful for their patience, and it's been very trying for everyone. So I know it's been difficult, but we're almost to the end. And then I'd also like to thank our state, federal, and local agencies, because there is no way this town would have been able to recover without the support and funding from all these agencies that step forward for flood recovery. So thank you for that, and that's what I'm thankful for. So get to the updates. I'd like to say with the bridge, we are doing a ribbon cutting on the 8th. There will still be a few, I noticed I put completion date July 8th. The bridge will be open, but we still have some punch list items to wrap up and some irrigation work that we'll be wrapping up on the southwest side of the bridge. I did want to mention, because this keeps coming up, that the concrete path underneath the bridge, we replaced what existed before and extended it. But because of trying to meet no rise and also to build a bridge that would allow a similar flood event with 4 feet of freeboard and having a trail right next to the river, it is going to flood a couple weeks of the year during high flow. There was no way around it. So it is designed correctly. It was installed correctly. And also extending the concrete also protects some of the material, pressure fine from washing away when that does happen those 2 weeks a year during high flow. So just wanted to let everybody know that it was designed and installed correctly. But it seems to be a concern that keeps coming up. So I just wanted to make a point of that. The pedestrian bridge, we have put the bridge structure out to bid. So those bids are due back in a couple weeks. And the reason why we did that is to utilize the CDBG funding for the bridge portion, because there is a deadline on that funding. And then the Safe Routes to School will take over for the remaining part of the construction. And so we will be putting that request for bid for a general contractor out in the next few weeks. But we are waiting for CDOT. We have review processes that the design has to go through with CDOT. So those are in process as well. We did award the stormwater improvement project that's in the Bone Park entrance, which we're calling Red Hill Gulch. That is being awarded to DeFalco. We will not have environmental clearance for that project until July 21st. So we cannot issue a notice of award until that clearance is complete. So they'll probably be mobilizing early August for that project. And we will work very closely with staff and the events coordinator on any events that are happening over the summer in August, September, October, because we know that's going to be a little bit challenging to make sure we have a safe area for people to park and event goers to maneuver around. So that's going to be a little bit of a challenge, but we know that we'll work with the contractor on that. And then we have awarded a contract to South Hall Electric for the backup power for the public works buildings. And then we're waiting for environmental clearance to do the backup power for the Eagle Canyon lift station. And we still don't have an update of whether we need a LOMA or not. We need to schedule some time with CWCB and determine if that's something we need to move forward with. And then on here, I've added a few other non-FLOG related projects and grants. We have the US 36 Broadway Improvements Grant and the Trail Extension Grants that will be on the next board agenda for board approval and acceptance. And then the Black Bear Hole improvements, it includes the 2nd Avenue trailhead and the restroom. That project has started design, and we did have a surveyor out last week so that we can begin the design process. And we have ordered the Swiftwater rescue materials, but we have not received all the materials yet. But once we get them, then we will start getting those installed. So I think I covered everything. Are there any questions about any of the recovery?
I have a couple of questions and a couple of comments. That 2nd Avenue Bridge is always flooded in high water, so that's no difference. I was wondering whether you received the email that was sent to us about the west side pavement collecting water, and whether that's been addressed or is planned to be addressed.
I'm not sure. My understanding was the concern during high water, it did flood underneath the bridge and on the west side, and that's going to happen every year during high water. But it is dry there now, so it's just going to.
I think he's referring to water on the bridge.
On the bridge, on the west side, it pools, and we got an email from a resident saying, you know, if it's pooled and there's a big puddle there, and somebody drives, that it's on the same side as the sidewalk, and they're liable to get soaked. So I'm just wondering whether that was a situation where the paving could be improved on that side, Tracy?
Yes, we're working with the contractor on a couple they're going to have someone come out tomorrow, and we're going to add pavement there.
Okay.
And we're going to see if that does improves the drainage, and if not, then we have a couple other ideas. So we are working on that.
Okay, and I heard from Administrator Simonson that you didn't want to speak at the dedication, but I'll have the microphone, and it's kind of like having the gavel at a meeting. So you will be recognized, Flood Director Sanders, because you've done just a phenomenal job, and it has been hard. The Second Avenue Bridge has been a difficult process, and you got it done during COVID, and you should be recognized. Thank you.
I appreciate that. I mean, every project has had its challenges, I will have to say, but I think without the support of the, like I said, I feel like it takes a village, and we've had that here with everyone's support. It wouldn't happen without that.
Any other questions for Tracy? Thank you. Administrators report.
Thank you, sir. This week, I'm especially thankful for first responders and their ability so far to always be able to get to Lyons very quickly. We had several different incidents over the last few days that required attention, and I'm always amazed at how timely that is, despite not having, full-time departments, fire or police. So thankful for first responders. In regard to COVID, which I've started with now for the last 15 months, we do have our Fourth Amendment to the state's public health order, which went into effect on July 1st, basically modifying the mask requirement to remove the requirement in schools and the division of motor vehicles, except for staff that are not vaccinated fully. So that is the latest change. There's a couple other requirements regarding hospitals that have changed, but basically still keeping up with everything going on in those areas. In regard to first responders, we did have an incident this last week of a person who came into contact with our secondary power line and was injured. They are on the way, they are recovering nicely. It is amazing that they were not more severely injured than they were. I've been in touch with that person every day, pretty much since it's happened, and they're doing well, though as you can imagine, quite just reevaluating lots of things in their lives. So again, thankful for first responders in that situation, as well as N-Line for being able to get here fairly quickly and address the issue. I do want to note that there was no fault to the Lyons power. It's simply an accident in regard to contact with the line that occurred. We've talked about lots of things regarding the bridge. I think it's important to note that the summer concert series will be kicking up again Thursday between now and mid-August. In the community development report, you'll note that two of the items we had at our last meeting, so follow up on those, is the owner of 431 4th Avenue has been in contact with the planning department and has hired someone to look at rezoning that property, filling out an application to rezone it. The residents on 2nd Avenue, we have not received a permit application yet for the improvements that were discussed at that location. We do have 2 new ADUs applying to go into effect over in one on Evans and one on Ewald. So they'll be going through that process, and we'll be adding hopefully a couple more accessory dwelling units in town. And then we do have a full submittal now and floodplain permit approved for 4170 Ute Highway, which is the Agati dispensary that's being proposed. So that appears to be moving forward as well at this time. I think that's enough for tonight, other than what's in my report, unless you guys have questions.
Any questions for Administrator Simonson?
And I've heard back from the park staff saying that the seasonal should have picked up that trash, and they will check into why that did not occur over the weekends.
Thank
and get those dumpsters removed or opened up.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Counselor, legal update?
Thank you, Mayor Angelo. I have two reports I'd like to give as part of this update. The first was a request regarding commercial use of town property. Just want to get a quick overview of the status of that and what it says in the code. And really, you can find it in two spots in the code regarding restrictions or lack thereof for commercial uses of town property. The first with a specifically regard to parks, and that's laid out fairly clearly in 11.440 of the code, which says it's basically unlawful to provide concessions in town parks unless you have permission from the Board of Trustees. And so it creates a permit process for the Board of Trustees to give permission for anyone to do commercial activity in town parks. In addition, the town administrator and the parks director are free to promulgate, pretty widely whatever regulations they want to both permit or not permit commercial activity in town parks. Of course, in accordance with the requirements of town code, which is if you have permission from the Board of Trustees, specifically to provide concessions, which I think is not defined, but could be broadly interpreted as pretty much any commercial activity. And so that's the first place where you find restrictions on commercial activity in the code. In addition, there is a municipal facilities and services district zoning category or zoning district in the town code that lays out what you can use those zoned areas for in pretty good detail. And what it basically says in the beginning is that is to be used for the expansion and redevelopment, development, construction, and planning of municipally owned and municipally related public uses, facilities, services, and buildings, and proceeds to list out what those things might be. But it also includes a section where it says principal uses, which are things that are what the code thinks might be municipal uses, and that includes accessory buildings and uses. And so you have to look back to what accessory use is defined in the code, and then how that's defined as accessory use means any subordinate use clearly incidental and related to the main structure, building, or use of the land and located on the same lot or a contiguous lot under the same ownership as that of the main structure, building, or use. And so pursuant to that zoning classification of the code under the municipal zoning district, you can have a commercial use so long as it's incidental to whatever the primary use of that district is, which in most cases, the municipal zoning districts we have in town are municipal buildings like town hall or town parks, so on and so forth. And so those are how the code has defined what commercial uses can be done in town parks and also municipal zoning classifications. And really, other than that, there are no restrictions. And so long as you can fit into either an accessory use on municipally zoned property or have some sort of permission from the Board of Trustees to provide commercial services in a town park, there are no restrictions. And so if there's any questions on that, I'd be happy to answer those at this time.
And what are you applying this to? Do we have issues before us that you just explained to us would be applicable?
And so I was asked to provide this report by Trustee Waugh at the last meeting as to what commercial uses are permitted or not permitted in town properties, generally speaking. But of course, the town has considered, in the past, multiple questions concerning concessions at town parks or renting town properties for potential commercial uses. On tonight's agenda, for example, there's a lease of a commercial property, lease of town property for some commercial use. I mean, it's kind of complicated in that case because there are some, some municipal uses being provided as well as part of that lease agreement. But I mean, this has popped up in multiple ways and will probably continue to do so in the future.
Okay, thank you. Continue, Counselor.
Okay, so there's no more questions on the commercial uses of town property. I want to move on to social media use by trustees. I was asked at the last special meeting to provide a reminder at this meeting as well as to the social media policy of the town of Lyons that was provided in the last special meeting agenda packet. So if you ever need a refresher on that, it was attached as part of that. But essentially, two things. One, I was asked to provide a reminder on the use of executive session materials in public, which should never be disclosed outside of an executive session for many different reasons, but essentially to preserve the confidentiality of those discussions. If there are those discussions are disclosed in any way, it makes it easier to claim by an outside party that those discussions were not in fact an executive session held pursuant to the Colorado Open Record Statute, but were in fact can be opened up, and the minutes or the recording of that meeting can be gathered, or the town can potentially face consequences for improperly holding an executive session. So, and that's part one. Part two is that the town has adopted a social media policy. That social media policy says that you must basically separate both your personal and your official social media accounts as a trustee. And so you cannot hold yourself out as a trustee on your personal social media accounts. And if you do, get in a situation where it can be confused as to whether you're speaking as a private individual or as a trustee, you're required to provide a disclaimer that the views are being expressed are purely your own and not that of the town of Lyons. And the reasons for that really are under the First Amendment and also under the Colorado Open Records Act. Because your status as a public official, your social media accounts can be held to a higher standard than that of a private citizen. There are numerous lawsuits being waged all over the country on this issue, including a very high-profile one right now in Colorado concerning Representative Boebert, who's part of the House, Congressional House delegation, about whether you can block people on social media, whether you can deny a friend request on various platforms, whether you can delete posts. And so all those things may be coming into question even on your personal social media accounts. If you're using your personal social media accounts as an official platform of the town of Lyons, or what could be perceived as an official platform of the town of Lyons. And quite honestly, it doesn't take much. There's been several federal court cases that say if you're announcing policy positions, if you are announcing this is the position of the town of Lyons on X on your personal social media accounts, and you can fall under those First Amendment protections for other people wishing to view the content on our social media, or which you may disagree with the content of social media, and also the archival requirements for speech by government employees. And so that's one piece of it. In addition, you may potentially open up your entire personal social media account to an open records request. That's kind of a new issue. It's something that hasn't yet been litigated, but I'm sure it will soon. Essentially, that's the Colorado General Assembly has extended what a writing is and a public document is legislatively to include electronic communications, which includes social media, of course. And so once again, if you're using your personal accounts, what could be perceived as an official platform as a trustee, then it could be subject to an open records request. And so I know most people, wouldn't want that to happen. I think most of us fell in that boat. So yet another reason why not to use your personal social media accounts as an official platform of the town of Lyons. And that's why the social media policy has essentially a safe harbor, where if something can be perceived as you speaking on behalf of the town of Lyons or in your capacity as a trustee, that you're to provide a disclaimer saying that you're not doing so as a trustee, and this is your personal opinion on X, Y, or Z. And so I would just encourage everyone to review the social media policy. If you have questions on these issues, please contact me. I've given several presentations on this over the years to Aurora City Council and to CML and to others. And so it's an issue I'm quite familiar with. And that was, I think, was what the Board of Trustees asked me to do. And so that's my report with regard to the social media policy and with regard to social media issues. And so if anyone has any questions on those issues, please let me know.
Are there any questions presently for Counselor? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, could you please read the next agenda item into the record?
Yes, the next agenda item is second reading and public hearing on ordinance 1101, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending section 7-1-90D of the Lyons Municipal Code concerning show cause hearings for the abatement of nuisances.
Thank you. This will be a public hearing since it's a second reading. Could we have staff report on this?
Yes, I'll get the staff report on this as I did on the last time this came up. This is a pretty simple change to the Lyons Municipal Code regarding show cause hearings, which are one of the three ways in which a nuisance property, can get due process before the town, requires that nuisance to be abated. Under the current code, if you go through a show cause hearing, which is basically a hearing before the town administrator, that is the final decision of the town. It goes directly to a district court under pursuant to Rule 106 of the Colorado Rules of Civil Procedure, which the town, I think for both the town and also for potential people who challenge those decisions, is costly going to a district court to file those issues. And so what this does is for the show cause hearing specifically, it creates an option for appeal of the municipal court within 14 days of that final decision of the town administrator, at which time, the municipal court will review the decision, and additional, arguments can be held at that time on whatever the outcome of that nuisance proceeding was. At that time, when the municipal court puts out a decision, it can then be appealed pursuant to Rule 106 to a district court. And if someone decides not to appeal to a municipal court, at that point becomes a final decision, and is the decision of the town. It can be appealable via 106. And so it is really a simple kind of change. And that's the purpose, is to lower costs and access to justice, for both the town and for potential people who want to challenge the decision of the town administrator on show cause hearings for nuisances.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Counselor?
And if I may, there is one error in the posted ordinance, which, under the effective date provision in section 5, it says it become effective 364 days after publication. That should be 30 days. The board did make a motion at the last meeting to change that, but because of vacation schedules and everything else, we never got a chance to re-upload the corrected version. So there's no need to make a motion on that in this one, but I just let the record reflect that it would be effective within 30 days, as is required by the Lyons Municipal Code and state law, unless otherwise changed by the Board of Trustees. So,
thank you. Any questions for Council? No questions for Council. No, any comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
I'd like to make a motion.
Well, I think at this point we do need to open the public hearing.
Yes.
Second reading.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing to see if there's anybody in the public that wishes to address the Board of Trustees on this item. Is there? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem?
Now I'd like to make a motion to approve, to adopt ordinance 1101, amending section 7190D of the municipal code concerning show cause hearings for the abatement of nuisances.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Are there any further comments by the Board of Trustees? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Carabas,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Wilken.
Aye.
Ordinance 1101 passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, please read item 2 into the record.
Yes, item 2 is the first reading of ordinance 1102, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending sections of the Lyons Municipal Code addressing condominiumization regulations.
Staff?
I guess I will give this presentation as well. So this is an issue regarding essentially regarding condominiumizing existing structures, whereby you take an existing structure of some kind and split the ownership of either that building or that lot into several owner units. And that's a state process. The state has made it the policy of Colorado to allow anyone to condominiumize a structure, whether new or existing. And so because of that, we can't restrict the property ownership piece of that process. But what we have found, though, is that when owners do pursue condominiumization and there's a split ownership of units, and then a common ownership of the lot, it creates a various utility and land use issues, and where it may lead to setback issues, which may lead to minimum lot size issues, where it leads to various utility issues with regard to you're increasing the density of that lot, but not necessarily increasing the water rights dedications and the taps sizes. And so the reason for that, why it creates those issues is that, because it is a state-run process, the town currently has no way of knowing when this occurs. And so in the past, this has occurred, the condominiumization has occurred, and the town finds out about it after the fact. And then we have to sort out various zoning and utility issues, with that property, which, oftentimes that the people who went through this process were the current owners of those condominiumized units don't understand or didn't understand at the time they made the decision to condominiumize. And so what this ordinance proposes to do is to create a minor subdivision process for most condominiumization. I think it's for under 4 units, and over 4, it's a major, whereby the town would have really a notification of this process ongoing, and at that point identify any zoning or utility issues that may be created. And the town really wouldn't prevent anyone from condominiumize, but just have this notification process up front. And then, the only thing we could really do is deny the subdivision for violation of the code. If there's something that this would create, such as you're increasing the density in a particular zoning district, which wouldn't allow for that, then we could deny the subdivision on that basis. But as to the state process, you can still apply for condominiumization. You just be in violation of the Lyons Municipal Code with regard to the subdivision regulations. And so this creates insight to the town into when this process occurs. And we think it's really beneficial to the homeowners of these condominiumized units as well, to know what their obligations are with regard to shared ownership of the lot, with regard to utilities, and so on and so forth. And so that's the intent behind this ordinance. Is heavily based on, as we've discussed in the past, the model developed by Glenwood Springs, which has had years of this issue occurring. We had a similar process when I was an attorney in Littleton as well, where the intent really wasn't to deny condominiumization from occurring, but rather to be aware of when it happened. And so that way we would have ownership documents and be able to identify potential issues with regard to utilities primarily. And so that's, I believe, the staff background on this. And if there's any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them.
Are there any questions for council? Trustee Rogan.
Thank you, and thank you, council. So I do have a couple of questions. Under section 1715-30, it says that we may require the subject property to come into compliance with the code. Can you talk about why that word is may and not shall?
Yeah, it probably should be shall. If it's in code and there's no waiver provision, then it shall be provided, it shall come in compliance with the code. I think some of the trouble, in drafting this ordinance is that we're trying to use the minor subdivision process as the mechanism by which this will occur. And some of the current minor subdivision submittal requirements don't really make sense for these types of properties. And so that's kind of why some of the may versus shall language was changed to may. But in this case, I think for that particular subsection, it should be shall.
Okay, I'll make that amendment. And then my next question is about waivers. So can you give me an example of when town staff would grant written waivers of submittal requirements?
Yeah, I think, some of the things we were thinking about when we were drafting this ordinance was things like creating a whole new plat for a minor subdivision, which would really only involve one lot. And so that, that's, survey and map requirement, it just doesn't really make sense in this particular section and this particular instance. And there may be other things as we haven't processed these like that may come up in the future. And so we're just trying to create the option to waive certain submission requirements where they don't make sense.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Can I ask you something, Counselor?
Yes, sir.
I know that it's in the under the control of the state, but let me give you an example of one of my concerns, and it was brought up today that tonight that even we may have 2 additional ADUs come into town. Let's say that we approve an ADU. They don't have to put up a water share. They don't have to pay for a water tap. They don't have to pay for a sewer tap. They don't have to pay for an electrical connection. And then somebody turns the ADU into a condominium. What recourse would we have to then collect those fees, if we have any?
So it's a good question, and it's one that we already have a couple options in the current code to address, but I think this creates additional powers to the town. And then really the mechanism is code compliance is what it is through the municipal court process. But under the existing code, you cannot convert an ADU into single family ownership. So that would be, mechanism one. And if you were to do so without condominiumizing, then, you'd have to require a lot split, a minor subdivision as well, which would be another point in which we would require utility dedications. 2, you may remember, I think 3 or 4 meetings ago now, that we did pass an administrative regulation in the utility department saying that whenever there is an increase in usage on existing taps, that we have the right to require an increase in that tap size and any sort of additional water rights dedications that may go along with that. And I believe we've also put that in the code at this point as well. I don't think it's codified yet, but it was an ordinance we passed several meetings ago. But we did have administrative regulation in place while we're waiting for the effectiveness of that ordinance. And so that'd be option 2. And then thirdly, I think this goes into place. You would not be able to convert the ADU into an owned unit through condominiumization without going through this minor subdivision process, at which point in time we would identify the need for additional utilities, both taps, increase in tap size, and also water rights dedications if they were required by the usage of that property. And so I think this is part of the strategy to make sure that if someone tries to do something like that or something akin to that, that we would make sure that they're paying their fair share and the utility usage of that additional owned unit is going to put on the town's utility system.
And you feel that through our current codes that we're protected from that situation that I described?
Staff believes we are, but we think that this ordinance creates additional protections with regard to that situation. And
good.
In each case, we would file a complaint in municipal court, in addition to our, all the other code enforcement options we have in order to keep that from happening.
Thank you. Any further questions for council? Comments? Trustee Rogan? You wanted to make an amendment?
I do, but don't we have to
Make
have a motion
Yes.
first?
Yes. I'll entertain a motion. Mayor Pro Tem?
I move the adoption on first reading of ordinance 1102, amending sections of the Lyons Municipal Code addressing condominiumization regulations.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Any further comments? Trustee Rogan?
Yes, I'd like to make an amendment. I would like to, in section 17-15-30, change the word may to the word shall.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that also.
We have a motion and a second as stated by Trustee Rogan. Any further comments? I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
and Trustee Carabas.
Aye.
The amendment passes unanimously. Do we have a motion to approve ordinance 1102 as amended? Mayor Pro Tem.
We got a motion, but I have a further amendment.
Excuse me, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, something that I asked Attorney Dittman about this afternoon, and it goes to the mayor's comments earlier, which was a concern of mine, because I think that there are a couple of instances already where condominiumization has been used to then run around our utility tap fees and water share requirements. I would like to propose an amendment to this ordinance that would basically simply state clearly and distinctly that creation of a, and I don't have exact wording here because I just really thought of this afternoon, but this is first reading, so it could be, language could be drafted before second reading, to provide that creation of a second dwelling unit under a condominium scheme would require payment of tap fees and utility connection fees and providing water shares unless the Board of Trustees for good cause shown waives that requirement. The board can waive those requirements now for other utility fees. And so if somebody's adding a small unit and it's clear that the total water usage would not really impact maximum amount under an existing water share, the board could waive it. But I would like to signal to those who are thinking about skirting the ADU policy and trying to add a second dwelling unit on a single piece of property that unless they can convince the board to the contrary, they're going to have to pay tap fees and provide a water share. And if you make that the default position that the board again can waive, maybe that would incentivize more people to actually go the ADU route, which involves conditional use review, notification of the neighbors, and the limitations that Attorney Dittman have described and what you can do once your ADU is approved. So I think, we could recognize the need for requiring more tap fees or water shares by going through the minor subdivision process. I'd like to see an amendment that makes it explicit. You're going to do more than one dwelling unit under a condo scheme on a piece of property, you're going to have to pay tap fees and put up a water share unless the board waives them. And that does not prevent them from doing condominiumizing the property. They can still do it.
Sure.
It could potentially make it more expensive for them.
Sure. So we have a motion by the Mayor Pro Tem, and the language has to be finalized by the next reading. But I think that we understand his intent. Do we have a second?
Can I take a stab at the language before we second?
Okay, go ahead.
So I would propose that the motion be that we add a new section 1715 40, and then move this subsequent section waiver to subsection 50, called utility dedications, and saying that an approved subdivision application shall require tap and water rights dedication. Sorry, I'm trying to this apply to shall require the applicable shall require tap fee and water rights dedications prior to approval, or something of that nature, if that's what the Mayor Pro Tem is intending to be done.
Was that your intent, Mayor Pro Tem?
And electrical and sewer tap and electrical connection fees.
Yeah, all utility tap fee and water rights dedication prior to approval. And I think I try to do that to some extent under 17-15-30, which is a subdivision application shall be denied for failure to comply with this code, including compliance with the underlying zoning of the property and required utility dedications. But we can just move the utility dedication portion out of that and create its own subsection. So it's very clear.
Do we have a second per, is that acceptable, first of all, Mayor Pro Tem?
That was my intent. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Do we have a second as worded by council?
Second.
Any further discussion? We'll vote on the amendment.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell.
Aye.
The amendment passes unanimously. Are there any further amendments? We will now vote on the ordinance as amended. Any further comments? I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
and Trustee Lowell.
Aye.
Ordinance 1102 passes unanimously on first reading. Madam Clerk, could you please read item 3 into the record?
Yes, item 3 is the first reading of ordinance 1103, an ordinance of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, amending section 13-3-90 of the Lyons Municipal Code concerning a change in the net metering policy.
Staff, council, would you like to address this as well?
I think Director Kaplan's going to address this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Director Kaplan, I always do that to you. I'm sorry, sir. Go right
I was
ahead.
going to potentially speak up at the last one, and then I was like, okay, you guys that kept covering each thing I was going to mention, so that was good.
Go ahead.
Now I just moved my notes, sorry. So the details on this particular ordinance do get a little heavy. You've had a couple of workshops on it, and there's a bit of math involved and on the billing. So I'll try to keep it in a simplified fashion. And that this ordinance basically changes the rate structure for Lyons Electric customers that have customer-owned energy generation. That is currently those who have solar panels, but it could include wind or other means of generating your own energy, or in this case, electricity. The Utility and Engineering Board has expressed their concerns regarding the impact that the current rate structure has on the electric utility. Last November, it was discussed with the trustees, and in preparation for possible changes, the customer-owned generation agreement, that is the form that customers sign when they want to get solar, that was modified so that they would be aware that there could be a change in the rates. And so the Lyons Electric rates, currently our retail rate takes into consideration the costs to repair our infrastructure, the cost to pay staff like myself, the cost to pay off any of the debt that the electric fund has taken on. And we currently buy electricity at 3.8 cents. That's the standard cost of electricity. we buy renewable energy. We buy a portion of our energy that we have requested to be renewable at a cost of 4.3 cents for wind. And our retail rate to customers is 12.75 cents to take into account those additional costs that I mentioned. So the current policy credits a portion of those customers who generate their own energy's bill. It credits a portion of their bill at 12.75 cents, the retail rate. Yet we can buy the renewable electricity at 4.3 cents from our energy provider. So those customers who get a portion of their bill covered at 12.75 cents are not necessarily helping cover those additional costs that Lions has for running its own electric utility. So this ordinance would change that reimbursement rate to follow the rate that Lions can get renewable energy for on the open market, currently at 4.3 cents. The ordinance is set up to fluctuate based on the cost that Lions can get renewable energy at. Because there is a concern that previously we could just request wind energy from our provider, and at that time it was open to as much as we wanted. But that has changed, and we may have to negotiate further to get wind energy. And in particular, the town is now looking at or talking to our provider to find out what the cost would be to get all of our electricity at the renewable rate. So this ordinance is set, again, to try to update that rate structure to reimburse those customers who are providing energy to the electric system at the same rate that we can go out and find that electricity for through our provider. Questions?
Yeah, you've explained it a lot simpler tonight, for me at least. So what you're saying is that the difference between 1275 and 430 is $8.45. That was what was credited to people who had solar or wind generated electricity. Is that correct?
It gets a little bit complicated in that there's really two reimbursements.
Okay.
There's the standard idea of we give you 100 kilowatts of electricity, you give us 100 kilowatts of electricity, that equals zero, right? In the current rate structure. If we change the rate structure, we give you 100 kilowatts at 12 cents, you give us back 100 kilowatts, they will be at 4 cents instead of the 12. Right now, the only time you really get this credit is if you give the town more. And in that case, it is already set where you would get 4.3 cents. So let's say in a year, you give the town 100 kilowatts more than we gave you. You will only get 4 cents, or in that case, $4.30 for the 100 kilowatts. So anything above that equal point, you are getting the net rate. So when we look at it, customers would see on their bill after a year, they've given us 1,000 kilowatts, and therefore they could get, I think my math, $40 back.
Right.
But in this case, it's not going to be banking all of your hours over a year and then looking at the amount and determining that credit. Every kilowatt that goes to a customer would be billed at the 12 cents, and every kilowatt that comes back would be credited at 4.3 cents. So it would, if somebody started right now and was looking at the return on investment, they're looking at a big portion of it being 12 cents. It will reduce that to 4 cents, where it would take them 3 times longer to actually get their return on investment. So it will be more costly for those going for solar. But again, that was part of why the UEB did proposed putting this out back in November to notify people ahead of time that a change like this would be coming.
And there's also a provision that people that have already installed solar have a grace period. Is that correct?
Correct. Anyone who installed solar prior to November of 2020 would be on the current rate policy until 2030.
Okay.
At which time they would change to this new rate structure.
Thank you. Any other questions for Aaron? Trustee Rogan, I know you know this field very well.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Aaron, for that explanation. That was really easy to follow, so I appreciate that. Do you have any idea what the average yearly reimbursement is for somebody who has solar in Lyons?
I haven't looked at it as an actual study. It is relatively low, and it may balance out to almost zero because a lot of customers don't get a return. They're just offsetting a portion of their electricity. So I would say at least half the customers, just in recently really going through them with the whole electric meter change, that half the customers don't get a credit at the end of the year, and it may be even more. There are some who installed a lot of solar, more than they actually consume, and so there are those customers who get some. But I would make a guess at almost zero between those who pay always and those who actually get some reimbursement.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions for Aaron? No further questions? Comments?
I would like to testify. This is Julie Boyle.
No, you cannot. This is first reading, Julie. You're going to have to wait for second reading. I apologize.
Okay, I thought because it was a public hearing.
It's not a public hearing. It's a first reading. It's not a public hearing. But at the next meeting, this will be before the public because it will be second reading. Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I think we need a motion so we can do comments.
Okay. All right.
I will move the adoption on first reading of ordinance 1103, amending the Lyons Municipal Code net metering policy.
Okay, do we have a
I'll
second?
second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of ordinance 1103. Any comments or amendments? Trustee Rogan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to explain for Ms. Boyle, who doesn't seem to understand maybe the process here, is that the first reading, we as a board discuss the ordinance before us. And if it is approved at first reading, it goes to a second reading and where there's a public hearing and the public can comment. And then only if the board passes it on second reading does it become an ordinance. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Rogan. Let's see, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Yep. Did we get a second? We have a motion and a second. Any amendments? Trustee Carroll.
I have an amendment to make.
Let me turn this down.
Got it?
Yeah.
Okay. Section H. Let's see. Under 13280H. I'll move to change the sunset to January 1st, 2022.
And that was, is that to, can you explain that, please?
Yeah, the rate payback, basically the ratepayers who don't have solar subsidizing those that do, up until November 1st of 2020. It's basically a subsidy to those that can afford, those that moved here first, those that have the roof lines to afford, so are the people that are on reduced payments that we have set up in our rate structure are paying a subsidy to those that have put in their solar systems. I just don't feel as we're building additional housing for affordable housing for people to be here that they're moving to the community that will be subsidizing other people's infrastructure needs for their homes.
Do we have a second to the amendment? Trustee Miller?
I have a question for Trustee Caravas. Are you suggesting instead of 2030 to move it to 2022? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
I will second.
We have a motion and a second, as stated by Trustee Caravas. Let's see. Further comments? Trustee Wall.
I think I just want to say that by changing it within 1 year, basically, of when these people signed it, we're changing the economics that the economic decision of the property owners were made upon by changing the rules less than 1 year. Or basically 14 months after we signed a deal with them, we're changing the terms. I think that January of 2022 is way too short. I understand Trustee Caravas's concerns. However, the town by
Oh, he froze.
You froze, sir.
You froze, Trustee Wall. Wait. You froze, Trustee Wall.
I'll try to go very quickly.
You're back.
You're back now.
No, he's not. Oh, there.
We made a deal with the people who invested and signed this agreement with us 14 months ago, and we're going to change the rule, or 14 months after we're going to change those rules. The town, in my experience, has a history of changing the rules after people make financial investments. And I think that changing it to 2022 is way too short. I'll consider making it less than 2030, but taking 9 years or 8 years off of that, I think it's just not what people signed up for. And they made investments based on the terms and conditions of what the town had agreed to. And here we are, not even a year after they signed these agreements, changing the rules, that they invested tens of thousands of dollars in some cases to make an economic decision. And I just think it's bad form to change it less than 14 months after they sign an agreement.
Thank you. Director Kaplan, could you let me know exactly what agreement was signed by people?
Well, so they have a customer, it's the agreement that they signed that tells them what rate they will receive back. I'd have to pull up the agreement to read through it, what type of clauses there are in it. I was going to mention I could go through what the UEB looked at for return on investment for solar.
So I believe it's the interconnection agreement we're referring to, and it was changed last year to say that the town could change the rate at any time. However, there are concerns. There's not just agreements with the town. There's also agreements with whoever their provider is of the solar panels as well, potentially, which are based on a presumed return on investment over time. As to so it's going to create issues regardless of what the policy decision is of the board for people who have installed a system, have not paid it off, no matter what the financial structure is, whether it's a outright ownership or a lease.
Can I address some of that, Mayor?
Go ahead, sir.
To answer that, first of all, Trustee Wall, if you want to throw out another number or a date, I'll be more happy to hear it. But just like our tax structure that those with the pay federal income tax, It can change in a year based on whoever's in Congress, whoever's in the Senate, whoever's in the office. People who moved to Lyons, moved to Boulder County 10 years ago, last year, moved somewhere else. There is no guarantees on anything, on rate of return of your investment in your home, your car, the taxes. It can change at a moment's notice, and I can guarantee the tax structure of this country changes, especially on corporate taxes. You're a corporate owner, you're a business owner, your taxes are changing, they may change again. Sometimes in your benefit, sometimes not in your benefit. This is a subsidy that the ratepayers of Lyons Electric System are paying to a handful of people for a community that says we need more people here, you need affordable housing, you need employees. It's just a subsidy you're paying as a business owner too, to a handful of people. But if you want to change the day or make an amendment to change that, I'll listen to that.
Trustee Caravas has stated that he would be amenable to a friendly amendment. Trustee Watt.
Then I say 2026. That's a compromise between 2022 and 2030.
Trustee Caravas.
I can accept that.
Trustee Caravas accepts that. Trustee Miller, are you still willing to second the motion with that change?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Any further discussion on the amendments? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Couldn't quite hear what Trustee Law said. Was he suggesting 2027?
2026.
2026. Okay. Yeah, I'm sympathetic to the Trustee Caravas's amendment and understand that the subsidy issue and the disparities it creates. I guess I come at this from a little bit more of a legal perspective, in that the grandfathering in of those existing agreements with the town, I think, provides some measure of legal protection to the town. Those people's metering building wouldn't change for whatever period of time we specify, and therefore I don't think they would have been damaged at all until that point, and therefore it might help shield the town from any lawsuits. I think that, as the attorney's cover memo has advised us, we are somewhat out on the cutting edge on this, and Loveland has already been sued for a fairly drastic change that was made immediately. And so I think having a grandfathering period, as the UEB has recommended, makes sense from a legal standpoint and from a fairness standpoint, as well, as Trustee Watt points out. So I can live with 2026 because that gives them at least an additional 5 years. And I can go with that amendment. I couldn't support cutting it off next year either. I think that's too quick.
Okay. We have a motion and a second before us. Any further comments? We'll vote on the amendment.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Lowell.
Aye.
The amendment passes unanimously. Are there any further amendments? Seeing none, we'll vote on the ordinance as amended. I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
and Trustee Caravas.
Aye.
Ordinance 1103 passes as amended. Madam Clerk, could you please read item 4 into the record?
Yes, item 4 is the first reading of ordinance 1104, an ordinance of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, amending Chapter 2, Article 8, Section 150C1 of the Lyons Municipal Code concerning the responsibilities of the Parks and Recreation Commission.
Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to take this?
Yes, sure. All this does really is add 2 words to the areas of responsibility of the Parks and Recreation Commission. It adds basically open space. It wasn't clear that they had any that was left out of the description of things that they are entitled to or have the responsibility to look at. I would point out that it's not exclusive to the Parks and Recreation Commission. There may be other commissions like the EAB, for example, that may also have advisory rules to play on use of open space. But the Parks Commission just felt it wasn't clear that they had the responsibility to advise the board on open space uses. And there are a couple of open spaces that they've talked about. They haven't come to the board with a specific proposal yet, but one of them would be the 10 acres south of the dog park that there's been some discussion about a beginner bike course there. And the Martin parcel that they talked about tonight, that's not officially a town park, but it's not even zoned yet, but I guess colloquially would be known as open space. So they want to make sure that they were acting within their areas of responsibility. So it's a pretty simple amendment.
Okay, certainly is. If there are no questions because it's simple, and no comments because it's simple, I'll entertain a motion.
I would move the adoption.
Trustee Miller?
That's fine. If she wants to.
I was just making a motion
Okay,
to approve the ordinance 1104, the ordinance of the Town of Lyons amending Chapter 2, Articles 8, Section 150C1 of the Lyons Municipal Code concerning the responsibilities of the Parks and Rec Commission.
do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
and Trustee Lowell.
Aye.
Ordinance 1104 passes unanimously on first reading. Madam Clerk, please read item 5 into the record.
Yes, item 5 is the first reading of ordinance 1105, an ordinance of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, amending ordinance 1057, section 7-4, regulating trees and shrubs.
It seems fairly simple, but Counselor, could you refresh us on this?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Angela. So this is an issue that occurred when the tree and shrub list was updated a while ago. And a part of that, what happened was that the Parks Commission was working off the wrong version of that ordinance, or working off the codified version of that ordinance, and not the previous amendment, which had been done, which added the responsibility to maintain trees and shrubs and other things that are in the right of way. And so that piece was inadvertently removed because we were working off the previous version of that ordinance. And so it's created a situation where it's unclear what the responsibilities are for maintenance of trees and shrubs in the right of way for adjacent property owners. And so what this simply does is add that back in to the code, which was previously inadvertently removed. And so it's just a codification kind of error that was created by, sometimes things, previously the codifiers only did updates, I think, twice a year or once a year or so. This was a reoccurring issue where people will be working off versions of the code which were not current. And so it creates issues like this. And so we're just correcting that issue we've discovered.
Thank you, Council. Do we have a motion to approve ordinance 1105?
Or if there's any questions.
Any questions? It also seems fairly simple, but I should have asked. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
I move to approve ordinance 1105 on first reading.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of ordinance 1105 on first reading. Any comments by the Board of Trustees?
I'd like to make an
Seeing
amendment.
none, I'll call for the vote.
Trustee Waugh had his hand up, sir.
Opinion? I'm sorry. Trustee Waugh.
In section 7-4-50, part A, I would like the first sentence to end at the word welfare. So it's, we'll read as may be deemed necessary by the town to ensure public health, safety, and general welfare, striking or to preserve and enhance symmetry and the beauty of such public grounds. And the reason that I'm making that edit is because basically this allows the town to decide what's pretty. I think it's subjective. And if we're going to let the town basically arbitrarily plant things on right-of-ways and then tell adjacent landowners they have to maintain them, I would like it to be for public health, safety, and general welfare rather than for someone else's determination of what symmetry or beauty on public grounds is.
Excuse me for not asking if there were any amendments. As stated by Trustee Waugh, is there a second to this amendment?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second as stated by Trustee Waugh. Any further comments? We'll vote on the amendment.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Carapus,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
The amendment passes unanimously. Now we'll vote on ordinance. Excuse me, are there any other amendments? Seeing none, we'll vote on 1105, ordinance 1105 as amended.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
and Trustee Carapus.
Aye.
Ordinance 1105 passes unanimously as amended on first reading. Madam Clerk, could you please read the consent agenda into the record?
Excuse me, Mayor, can we take a short break?
We certainly can. Let's come back in 10 minutes. How's that sound? Thank you. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. We'll continue. Thank you for the suggestion, Trustee Rogan. I feel so refreshed. Madam Clerk, could you please read the consent agenda into the record?
Yes, the consent agenda. Item 1 is Resolution 2021-63, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a temporary lease agreement between Ford Foods and the Town of Lyons for the facility located at 350 Broadway Avenue. Item 2 is Resolution 2021-64, resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, accepting revitalizing Main Streets grant for lighting with the state of Colorado. Item 3 is Resolution 2021-65, resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, to submit an application for designation as a certified local government in the state of Colorado. Item 4 is Resolution 2021-66, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, accepting the public improvements at the Second and Park PUD. Item 5 is Resolution 2021-67, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, awarding and approving a construction agreement with DeFalco Construction Company for the Bohm Park Stormwater Improvement Project, known as the Red Hill Gulch. Resolution 2021-68, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the First Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement with Murray Smith Incorporated for on-call engineering services. I would like to note that staff at a late hour has requested that this item be moved to the July 19th, 2021 meeting. The next item is the June accounts payable.
Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Oops.
So moved.
We have a second. Are there any items that any trustees request being removed from the consent agenda? Trustee Lowell.
I'd like to request that item 11.1 be removed.
Any other requests?
Mr. Mayor, I request number 2 be removed, please.
Any other requests? Do we have a second? I didn't know if we had a second. Mayor Pro Tem?
I'll second with the 2 removals.
Okay, as stated by Trustee Lowell on his second, and Trustee Lowell will vote on the consent agenda.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Clarification first, we're also not voting on item 6 that staff wanted to remove, is that correct?
correct.
We're voting to
That's
approve the
removed.
consent agenda except for items 1, 2, and 6. Is that
That's
where we
right.
are?
Yes.
Okay.
That's right.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Aye.
Yay.
For who?
Trustee Caravas was next.
Aye.
Has everybody voted?
Yes,
In the
sir.
affirmative? All right, the consent agenda is passed. Trustee Lowell, on item number 1.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a couple of questions on this. I note that the lease ends on December 31st of 2021. I assume there will have to be another resolution in order to re-up his lease for 2022 if he so desires. Is that true?
I think if so, we so desire, it'd be our option to.
Okay, all right, thank you. I also have a question about the $150 a month lease. We had a discussion on this, and I believe the last I heard, Trustee Rogan had suggested $350. I think she suggested that. That was because what he was paying at his last location. We have an explanation of why that was reduced.
I can address that. We went back and looked at the minutes from the meeting. There were actually 3 suggestions on potential lease amounts. And there was also a discussion about the increase in utilities and whether that should be included. We didn't see an overall consensus by the board of what to put in there. And so that is a placeholder. Well, doesn't have to be a placeholder, but knowing that he will be paying utilities here and he wasn't before, and hearing that he could afford approximately $350, we put that number in there. Certainly can be changed.
All right, thank you. And I'm glad you brought up the subject of utilities because that was my next question. It says the lessee shall be responsible for utility charges. I asked this the last time when we were discussing this. So will the lessee also be paying for the bathroom utilities and the security lights at night? I asked the question if there were separate meters for each of those buildings. It seems a little unfair that he would be paying for utilities for both buildings.
There are separate meters. We would be asking him to pay the electric on the north side,
Okay,
not the water.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Those are my only issues with the lease. If my fellow trustees want to raise the rent, it'll be up to them. I'm ambivalent.
Trustee Wah.
How will we verify the insurance coverages before he takes occupancy?
Way that we do for all leases, we get a copy of their certificate of insurance naming us.
Lease requires a certificate to be provided, I'm pretty sure.
Any further questions or comments? I think we should seriously consider
Mayor Angela, if I may, I think we need a motion in a second before we begin comments.
there were just comments made by other
It was questions.
Was that out of order, Attorney Dittman?
What I just heard were questions, I believe, about what the lease.
Questions, yeah, questions, motion, comments.
I have questions.
Okay.
I have questions. And my question is this. In the whereases, it states, and I want clarification on this, that the Fords approached the town in regard to this. But I was under the impression that the town approached the Fords in regard to the location. Now, does that statement in the whereases mean that the Fords came before the Board of Trustees at the last meeting? And therefore, that whereas is correct language? Could I get clarification on that, please?
It was just my understanding that the Fords requested that they have a place to go. If that's incorrect, I'm happy to change it. You know, the whereas clauses is just prefatory language and not binding, but.
I understand that. I understand that, but it's still, as far as I'm concerned, factually incorrect. So.
And I would ask Kim or Victoria to answer that as the factual. I was just going by what I thought were the facts. So.
No, I understand that, and that's why I asked the question. The question is, when the Fords came before the Board of Trustees, is that what was meant by they came to the board seeking a location, or is the fact of the matter that the staff took the initiative to offer the visitor center as a location?
That's the same way I interpreted it, Mayor, was that they came in front of the board and made that request. Initially, it was townspeople coming to the town to ask if that's something we would consider. And then I believe Director Mitchell reached out to see if that was something they were even interested in.
Okay.
But I think it could be interpreted either way, that they approached the town formally. Informally, we approached them.
Okay. So we'll entertain a motion. Trustee Lowe.
I move to approve resolution 2021-63.
Wait, I have a question. I have a question on procedure here. Attorney Dimmitt.
Go ahead.
If this passes then on the consent agenda, is this, and he signs, then the leasing signs it, is it a binding contract then? Or is it coming to the board again?
So it would be the point at which we approve the resolution approving the lease. It could then be executed by both parties, the town and Mr. Ford. And at that point, it is a binding contract upon all parties. And so the only reason it would come back to the board is if there was an issue needing us to proceed towards legal enforcement of the contract, or if at the termination of the term on December 31st of this year, we'd want to renew it for whatever reason. At that point, it would come back to the board.
So if we wanted the rent to be higher, we would need to change it now.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Trustee Lowe has made the motion. Could go ahead, Trustee Lowe.
It just occurred to me, I have one more item here.
Okay.
We received an email from Clerk Vasquez that added some language to the end of the lease, paragraph 6.4, that was generated by Mayor Pro Tem Browning. Do we need to put that in as an amendment to this?
I think that's going to be a proposed amendment once we get to have a motion on the table. And I think
Right.
the intention was to provide the board with the proposed amendment ahead of time.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I move to approve resolution 2021-63.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Are there any amendments? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, the amendment that I circulated deals with confirming proof of payment of sales tax, which I believe has been an issue with this business in the past. And I was gonna, if we were gonna have a live meeting, I was just gonna hand out copies of a proposed amendment like we used to do. But since we're not live, I asked the clerk to circulate it by email, but I'll make this in the form of a proposed amendment, and I'll read it into the record so that the public can understand what's going on. And it gets a little convoluted because of the way sales taxes are paid. Amendment would be this, to be added at the end of paragraph 6.4 of the lease. Such proof shall be in the form of a receipt from the Colorado Department of Revenue, DOR, confirming monthly or quarterly payment of taxes. Such receipt shall be provided by the last business day of each month for the prior month or quarter in which lessee has conducted sales on the leased premises, for which a tax return is due with the DOR. Lessee consents to review of such receipts by the town administrator, any town department head, and any board of trustees member. So that's a proposed amendment.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second as stated by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further discussion on the matter?
One more bit of explanation. There's a provision in state law that sales tax returns are to be kept confidential by DOR. It doesn't actually say they're confidential as a matter of law, just as the DOR shall not reveal them. But in case that implies some right to confidentiality, I wanted to add this in there so that the town staff and any board member can confirm that sales taxes have been paid. And the reference to whether monthly or quarterly, the lessee should either be filing tax returns monthly or quarterly, depending on the amount of sales. And I don't know in advance. I have no idea what his level of gross sales is. So I was trying to cover whether it's either monthly or quarterly filing. But basically, he's got to provide, when you pay your sales taxes with the DOR, you get a receipt back from them, and he's got to provide that to the town, and we can look at it and make sure they're paid. That's the purpose of this.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. We have a motion and a second. Any further comments on the amendment? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
and Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
The amendment passes unanimously. Are there any further amendments? I don't normally make amendments, but I will in this case. I don't know if $150 a month is going to even pay the legal fees for generating the contract. And I'll just make a statement that $150 a month is a rental rate from a couple of decades ago, to be perfectly honest with you. So my amendment would be to compromise and not have it cost the citizens of Lyons any funds, and to compromise between the 150 and the 350 that we indeed did discuss at the last meeting, and make the rental rate $250 a month.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I'd like to make a friendly amendment to that and honestly make it higher, because I still don't think that's enough. The taxpayers pay for that building, and I just think that that's obscenely low. I don't think it should be rented out for less than 500 personally. So I would like to make a friendly amendment of 500. I don't know that you'll take that, but if not, maybe 350 for 350.
I will not. And if there's no further discussion, we'll vote on that amendment. Is there any further discussion? I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning, I'm sorry, sir, I didn't catch it.
Aye. Sorry.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Miller, she may have froze.
I'm going to say no.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
and Trustee Waugh.
The amendment passes 6-1. Are there any further amendments? Seeing none, we'll vote on resolution 2021-63 as amended.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
I would like to make a comment. We skipped those.
I'm sorry, sir. Excuse me. It's starting to get late. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. I'm going to be voting no on this, and I want to explain why, as the rules of procedure suggest that we should. I want to first state I've got nothing against Ralph or Ralph's Foods. From the times I've met him, he seems like a great guy who's done some good things for some people in town. He might even make a good visitor center host. If so, The town should have used the budgeted visitor center funds to hiring for that purpose. I have real problems with the process by which this got to the board. This lease was not competitively bid. No RFP was issued, unlike the Meadow Park concession stand. It seems to me that the town staff simply picked a favorite for a no bid contract. There are at least 4 other downtown businesses that are dealing with lost leases that I'm aware of. None of them was offered a chance to use the visitor center at a low rental rate. I don't believe it's fair to those other businesses. And I also don't think it's fair to commercial landlords. As much as commercial landlords are often lumped in with lawyers and tax collectors and real estate developers as types of unpopular businesses, commercial property leasing is a very vital and sometimes a very difficult business. Commercial landlords in Colorado pay exorbitant property taxes and usually have to obtain costly private sector financing to buy and maintain their properties. The town pays no property taxes. It has use of taxpayer money, and when it needs to borrow money, it can do so at low municipal tax-free rates. For the town to compete with private sector commercial property owners by leasing space at below market rates to retail business is unfair. No commercial landlord is going to do a $250 a month lease of space like this to a tenant, and the town shouldn't either. The fiction that a fruit and vegetable stand is an accessory used to a visitor center for zoning purposes is, in my opinion, just that, a fiction. A concession stand renting tubes and life jackets and selling sunscreen and water is an accessory used to a town park. But a fruit and vegetable stand is no more accessory to a visitor center than a jewelry store, a leather goods store, an antique store, a haircutting salon, a bakery, or a restaurant would be. Retail sales are not generally allowed in municipal, in parks and open space zoning. It's not a question of what's prohibited, it's that they're not allowed. We're doing an in-run around our own zoning laws. For all those reasons, I vote no. Not because Ralph isn't a good guy and hasn't done some good things for people in town. He has. But this isn't the process we should follow. It's not a fair process. Who you know on town staff or on the town board should not entitle you to a sweetheart lease of town property. So I vote no.
Any further statements? Trustee Good.
You want to turn your down?
Sorry.
I haven't quite decided. I was leaning towards a no based on some of the things Mayor Pro Tem Browning has indicated, but I'd also like to ask staff. I know we got a lot going on coming to budget season, but should this pass in the lease ending in the end of December, there are some buildings that are empty, and whoever owns them, reach out to them. I understand Ralph lost his lease due to a selling of a property and landlord's change. That happens. It's unfortunate, but it's part of renting property. Just to reach out, see if we can't find whether this passes or not. But if it does pass, that when that lease comes due, if we can help some way find a landowner, maybe some people on the board know a landowner that's got a small building, small garage somewhere close by town Main Street that we can help them out. Thank you.
Any further comments? No further comments?
Trustee Watt, did you have your hand up?
No. No. If not, I'll call for the vote.
Miller has her hand up, sir.
Oh, excuse me, I can't see it. Your Trustee Miller's in the way. Go ahead, Trustee Miller.
I will also be voting no on this for some of the reasons that Mayor Pro Tem Browning mentioned, but also because I know a few other folks that are in the same boat as Ralph, and I mainly the RFP thing is, something that I find to be rather important in this aspect, because there are so many others that are in the same boat. And if we truly are going to start renting our buildings out to businesses, then there has to be some sort of competitive bid happening. I also really call into question some of the practices that I've seen there, and wonder if they will in fact be taken care of. So that's why I'm voting no on this.
Trustee Watt.
I'll also be voting no. And I'll be voting no for many of the reasons that Mayor Pro Tem Browning pointed out. I find Ralph to be a great guy. I've worked with him, I've purchased from him. The boxes during COVID were fantastic and so forth. I just find it very interesting that we are able to rally the troops for a small independent business person, yet we have other people who are investing sometimes tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars into businesses. And we try to get every single dime and penny out of them. We make them go through rigorous processes and so forth when they're contributing and paying taxes and have been paying taxes the entire time. So, I think this was unfair. I would like to ask that staff look at plans for 2022. And if we're not going to run the visitor center, then we need to put out an RFP and try to use that space, because it is space that can be used. So I think this whole process showed a lot of favoritism. I think it showed, a lot of focusing on kind of a squeaky wheel, rather than looking at, the traditional way to approach this business decision that the town had to make. So I just find it really amazing, the differences that business was shown versus other businesses in the town that are trying to do things and move things forward and are paying their taxes and employing other people and so forth. So I have to vote no.
Further comments? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
No.
Trustee Lowell,
No.
Trustee Waugh,
No.
Trustee Miller,
No.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
and Trustee Caravas.
No.
The resolution on 2021-63 fails. Item 2, Trustee Caravas? Oh, yes, sir.
Just quickly, again, this is a grant. I always bring this up. It's something we'll have to pay for and maintain as we do. And we do sometimes have to expend more funds. And however, I do like the idea. It's great. So one question I do have mainly for staff is as it crisscross mainly the string line across Main Street between 4th and 5th, it indicated a little bit that we're going to have to put some new poles in the ground into our landscape. Well, that's what I know you're shaking your head, Victoria, but that's what my packet indicated. And then possible attached to buildings. How's it going to actually be attached and zigzagging across Main Street?
I think you misread the memo. The lighting will be between the poles and the buildings over the sidewalks. We can't put them over CDOT right of way. So we'll attach them to existing signs.
So do we need permission from the landowner for every building owner to attach to their building?
If, probably unless there's something outside of it that we already have control over. It's actually all CDOT right of way, so it's up to them. Yeah.
Okay. And so I'm assuming, but since it's gonna be over the side, they'll be plugged into our lights and we're paying for the meter, the lighting. And it's not CDOT lighting.
Yes, I believe so. If it's plugged into a street lamp, yes, that would be the plan.
Okay.
part of
So if
economic
any
development.
tree, so as we zigzag across from the poles to the buildings, that we do have some large trees. So that's just part of our normal tree trimming. Just need to be careful and make, whoever does that, whoever the contractors are.
Director Mitchell's on here, and she's the one she walked through the main street with a consultant, the lighting consultant that was, is CDOT's choice of the person to do this. Why don't you tell them what they said?
Sure. Hi, everybody. We reached out to the contractor who worked with the city of Golden, and it would be wise, so to speak. So from the building, two buildings, a wise to the poles that we already have with the banners and the street lights on them. Admittedly, there's still a little bit of finesse to figure out with this whole plan. We could do bollards if it was a problem, but we wanted to put it out, the application, and see if we could get the funding from CDOT. The EVC and the businesses were very supportive, but I think your points are well taken, Trustee Karavis, and we might have a few mitigations that we might need to look at in terms of where it's going to connect on certain buildings. We know certainly we have some historical buildings, certainly from the 4th to 5th blocks. Trustee Waugh has a question. Okay.
I believe that most of the properties we're talking about are zoned commercial. Is that correct? No?
Commercial downtown. Commercial downtown.
Okay.
It's a little different.
Because string lighting for lighting is not actually allowed under commercial zoning. So it seems a little off to me that the town is going to use string lighting as lighting in a commercial district when a business wouldn't be allowed to use those same string lights for their primary lighting based on the Lyons Municipal Code. So the string lights are concerning to me because like I said, a business wouldn't be able to use them as primary lighting on their property, but we're suggesting that the town is going to use them for lighting on their property. So it seems a little bit off to me. So maybe you can comment. Is that true?
Can you address that, Administrator Simonson?
I know that it is.
I don't know the code about commercial off the top of my head. I'll need to take a look at that. Commercial downtown is different. I can take a look at it real quickly if you'd like me to.
Okay.
Or Yanni's on the phone. Maybe she knows from working with this code every day. Yanni, by any chance, do you know if string lighting is allowed in commercial downtown?
I think Trustee Waugh is referring to like safety parameters. If the string lighting were used as the primary source of light for pedestrian safety in the downtown area, is that correct, Trustee Waugh?
My understanding is that commercial properties cannot use string lights as their primary lighting on their property for safety.
Right. So Kim, would you clarify if these string lights would be like ambient decorative lights or meant to supply a primary source of light?
No, they're really meant to be decorative ambient lighting, kind of to show that the businesses in the street is vibrant and happening. I guess the two examples we would use would be Yampa Avenue in Steamboat Springs and Larimer Square. I mean, they're different there because they go across the streets on those two examples, but that's because those are municipal streets. Our challenge in Lyons is it's a CDOT right away. So in working with the contractor, it was a way to kind of activate the area for the local businesses and for folks to be like, wow, there's some, you kind of, oh, there's something happening there. That was the intent of the ambient string lights.
So I think you were right, Trustee Waugh, that there are minimum foot candle standards for different locations for safety measures. But in this case, the intent was for decorative purposes, I suppose.
Okay, I have one other question. Have we contacted the SFC in relationship to these lights? I see a tremendous amount of interest from town residents in dark skies. And these decorative ambient lighting seems to be extraneous lighting that's going to just interfere with dark skies even further.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's the SFC or the PRC. And we certainly could work with the contractor to have them go off when the businesses are not happening. You know, we can certainly work on those pieces.
Further questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
What kind of survey of the businesses in this area was done, and how many responses, and how many were in favor or opposed? Or I'd like to know if this is being done to help businesses, I'd like to know what they think about it.
Sure. The EVC wrote a letter of support, and we also had 2 letters from a few businesses, but we did not survey each and every business. So I mean, we're happy to do that if that is the request of the board.
Further questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
Is there a deadline to approve because there's grant funds, or if we wanted to postpone this for a meeting or two till we could talk to the businesses and get the SFC's input, would we jeopardize any grant deadlines or anything?
No, I think the only thing that would change would be it would delay the purchase order from CDOT. They have 9 million allocated towards this fund for communities throughout the state to revitalize their main streets. So if you want to have us go back to some businesses and get some information for you, we're happy to do that and then put it on further if that's the direction of the board.
Further questions? Trustee Watt, did you have an additional question?
Not really a question. I mean, maybe it is. Is this a staff responsibility? Is it an EVC responsibility? I mean, who is going to survey these businesses? I mean, we've had discussions with downtown business owners about design standards, and they pushed back significantly. So now we're just going to decide arbitrarily. You know, it seems like we need to speak to some of these business owners in a concerted way. And I'm just wondering, is that the job of staff, or is that the job of the EVC, or is it some combination of that?
I think it's a combination. We heard from several businesses that they were really excited about this, that our downtown is very dark, not very inviting. So they were excited about it. We are part of the Main Street, candidacy program, and we're to be looking at ways to energize. Maybe Trustee Rogan can add as the EVC liaison, but I'm kind of surprised by this response, as we've been getting quite a bit of feedback from staff that businesses want to do it on their own and to get a grant for it. We thought it was quite exciting, but if that's not where the board wants to go, then we don't have to go there.
I'm excited.
Trustee Rogan?
Yeah, so the EVC did write a letter of support, and Aaron from the chamber was a part of that. If the board decides that the board needs to know what each and every business on Main Street thinks about this, I will volunteer my time to walk over or call so that we can have that information by the next meeting. I think we're talking about a string of lights that's going to help really beautify Main Street that can be turned off when we need to turn them off for dark skies. It's a grant to do it. And I think it would really uplift everybody. I mean, we had Christmas lights up when it wasn't Christmas to kind of cheer people up, right? Remember? So, I mean, the pushback is really kind of surprising to me, because it's surprising. So if the board wants to know what every business downtown on Main Street thinks, I am happy to go pound the pavement and find out before the next meeting.
That's a good point, Trustee Rogan, and I'm sorry I forgot that, but the Chamber of Commerce did write a letter of support for the grant as well. And I'm happy to share it with you or email it to you, put it in your packet.
I think that the discussion of business participation in the decision was brought up by the Mayor Pro Tem. And I do think that's very valid. Personally, I think that lighting, as the example of Trustee Rogan at Christmas time, or in certain situations that I've seen, especially in the main business district, adds exuberance. It adds excitement. You know, it adds the capability for people to walk around easier. So, I mean, I don't have a problem with the concept at all, but I think it is valid. And if Trustee Rogan is willing to come back with analysis of how the businesses feel, I support that as well. Mayor Pro Tem.
If the EDC and the chamber have both endorsed this, then I'm okay with it. That's who we look to speak for the businesses. And if we approve it on that basis and some businesses have a problem with it, then I guess they need to be more active on the EDC or the chamber. So I'm willing to rely on the recommendation from those two organizations.
Yeah, and I mean, if businesses don't want to do it and the property owner doesn't want to do it, doesn't have to do it. It's fairly simple, you know, but I think it would be, you know, like I said, I think it would add excitement to downtown, you know. Any further questions? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve resolution 2021-64.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of 2021-64. Any further comments? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
No.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
and Trustee Caravas.
Aye.
Resolution 2021-64 passes by a vote of 6-1, and you don't have to pound the pavement for feedback from the business owners, Trustee Rogan, but thank you for the offer. Madam Clerk, could you please read the next item into the record under general business?
Yes, item 1 under general business is discussion and direction to staff and the UEB regarding the solar farm grant application.
Staff?
Hello again, trustees, mayor. So another one that has a number of moving parts to it. So I'll work to go through all the various parts here. Right, so we had, sorry, let me get my notes back up. The first, in response to a request at the workshop at the last meeting, UEB Chair Kerr did find a website that gives an analysis of how much CO2 a solar panel creates when it's created or produced and installed compared to the CO2 from using coal. Again, it's just one study that was out there, but based on that study, solar PV worked out to about 50 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour used compared to coal's 975 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour. And so the total carbon savings doing an analysis based on this project is estimated to be about 322 tons of carbon saved per year. One note is that as our electric provider goes to cleaner energy, the offset or savings becomes less because they're already doing their part, and so ours wouldn't be as great. So the actual project itself, there was a feasibility study to build a solar farm or a facility that would produce energy from solar panels, which is what a solar farm is. And we had that feasibility study approved, brought to you, the trustees last fall. And the results of that study were posted as part of this packet. There were 8 locations around town that were looked at to see if they were feasible, and 3 locations moved on to the final stages. And those 3 locations were scored based on a number of criteria. However, all 3 of the locations have legal or environmental issues that would need to be worked through in order to apply for a DOLA grant. And so in the meantime, this DOLA grant has been put out and announced. As of January 15th, the grant opened, and their funding, they have up to $5 million to fund projects like this. They will fund up to 75% of the project, but that funding is going until they feel they've found projects that work. So they're going to start funding projects, or may have already started funding projects based on that. There's no set deadline. After a number of conversations with the regional DOLA grant manager, Lions has been encouraged to submit an application for this project. Even with these legal and environmental concerns, they wanted us to know, though, that those do reduce the score in some cases, and that there may not, the project is not as strong as it would be if they didn't have some of these concerns. So we wanted to discuss the various projects at the top and what those concerns are, and see how the trustees wanted to move forward. So during some of the meetings with DOLA, it was also mentioned that a battery storage option that had been discussed sounded even more impressive, and it would check even more boxes and increase the scoring on a grant application. So while it does increase the overall costs and therefore the town funded portion of the project, by the 4th year after installation of battery storage, it's estimated that the town would be saving about $50,000 a year, and something that could be discussed in more detail called shaving off the top your peak demand. So we won't go into those details unless that's requested. The town has the opportunity to embark on supporting its own destiny in determining where the production of its energy comes from. Lions has been on the forefront of customers installing solar systems to produce some of their own electricity. However, installing solar is not economically feasible for everyone. Creating a town-based solar electric production facility allows all the customers of the town to be a part of the reduction of carbon and to take advantage of the reduction in the cost of electricity that would come from a project that has paid for itself. Or sorry, after the project has paid for itself. So what staff is looking for is, does the Board of Trustees feel the potential benefits are great enough to put the time and money forward to apply for the grant, knowing that there are a number of concerns with each of the 3 possible locations? If it is worth it, if the answer to that first question is yes, then is the selected option that was listed using this location southwest of the bike park and including the battery storage option, the location and the option that the town should use to apply for the grant? Let me just switch where I have some other documents open. I did want to go through the concerns of the various locations, at least briefly, right? So the 3 locations, we have the location that was discussed southwest of the bike park. There were some pictures or maps with the areas drawn out in the study. Hopefully we're able to see those because it gives a better description. But with the location southwest of the bike park, that is on Parks and Open Space property. And so we would need to go to a ballot vote by the people to approve using that space for a solar farm. That's not part of the right by use of Parks and Open Space. There's also a covenant agreement between the neighboring property. And so that covenant agreement would need to be amended to allow the solar. I would note that there has been discussions with that property owner, and initial discussions, they were amenable to using that location. But again, it would need to go to actual discussions. The second location, the southwest corner, this would be 1 acre in the southwest corner of the 10 acres of the dog park. That was the second highest scored location. And that actually has a restrictive covenant with the Boulder County. And so that would require renegotiating that covenant with Boulder County to make sure that they would allow us to use that for this use. There was some previous discussion with the county on uses other than straight parks or open space, and they were amenable to that. It does say that municipal uses that fit can be discussed with them, and they would determine if they would allow that. And then the third location is more of an environmental concern. It was building a solar facility that would also be a carport, which is great because it's dual use. It actually could be put over some of the parking lot in the Bone Park parking area. And so that would be an improvement to those parking facilities. The big concern there is that is in the floodplain. And while it is not the floodway and therefore completely not doable, it is still a concern to be in the floodplain. And DOLA does specifically state they have pretty high concerns about funding a project in the floodplain. We could still apply for the grant. They were supportive of trying to do that based on the merits of the project, but they did express their concerns. So again, the request is, do we move forward with the grant? And if so, is the selection that was chosen by the feasibility study and by the utility and engineering board as the top location, the one that should be selected? I thought we would have a bit of discussion on this, so I would leave it there and open it to the questions from the trustees.
I have a question. I looked at the locations that were studied, and I found some of them rather interesting. Let me put it that way. I'm wondering why the southern 10 acres on the south side of the dog park was not considered for, is it a 1 acre site that we're talking about?
Potentially be less than 1 acre, but yeah, let's say
less than 1 acre site when we own 10 acres there. You know, I mean, we considered Tank Hill and a couple of other, you know, rather fascinating locations. And I had an 1.5 hour long conversation with Lee Hall about this. And I asked him things like that. And, you know, I asked him about the location in the dog park and why, if we're going to run the conduit and the wires to 3-phase from there, why we couldn't just as easily run it from a location on the southern 10 that we own that isn't restricted by any covenants. The only thing that we would have to do is zone it. It's never been, or excuse me, annex it and zone it appropriately. But there's no, I don't feel that there's any legal risk to that. So I'm just wondering why we didn't consider that location.
it was discussed, and I think to some extent it was considered close to the same area as the dog park. They were looked at as one area and what could be selected in that area, and the dog park was chosen. There is the restrictive covenant, from what I read, is the same on that parcel as it is on the 10 acres of the dog park. They're both, that's parcel F and the other is parcel E, and both of them looked from what I read, have that same restrictive covenant. Then in addition, it is the aspect of going through the process to zone that, to annex and zone that. And there were concerns about it being allowed to be zoned municipal. But I also.
The dog park was zoned municipal, in my recollection. And what I want to ask you is, when you refer to the county making an exception to those restrictive covenants, were you talking about the letter we got from Ron Stewart after the flood that would have
Correct.
allowed us to actually be able to build on those lots?
Correct.
So when Boulder County has a goal of achieving a certain amount of renewable energy by a certain time, I don't foresee them objecting to the use of that particular property or the dog park property, for that matter, for the use of a solar farm. Not at all. I think that can be done in, a couple of minutes, actually. Trustee Lowell.
Yeah, you may be right, Mayor Angelo. But as Director Kaplan pointed out, both of those parcels do have the restrictive covenants on them. And the information that Ron Stewart said, they were willing to forgive those restrictive covenants for replacement housing. And if they were to make exceptions to those restrictive covenants, it would have to go through the county commissioners with a public hearing process. So it would be more than just a couple of minutes. I like this concept. I think the location southwest of the bike park is the most logical location for that. I think we'd be pleasantly surprised by the reaction of the voters to allow that. The one question I do have, Director Kaplan, on the battery storage option, I'm a little bit of a pilgrim on these issues, but so you'd be generating electricity when the sun shines, storing it in the battery, using that energy stored in the battery at night till it runs out, and then it would just simply recharge at the next sun cycle. Is that the way that it's intended to work? Or is it intended to be like a generator for emergency purposes? How would that work? And where would that battery storage be physically located?
To work with the grant, we did discuss that, and there was some talk of putting it at the wastewater treatment facility. You could build it into there, but to work with this grant, it would have to be at the location where the solar panels would be to make it function the way that it fits into the grants. Then the actual usage would vary. One of the options is you do have the batteries stored, and when you have your peak loads, that is, we get charged based on the peak that we need to provide, right? There's always a chance that Mean has to provide us 1,000 kilowatts. That's our peak. Most of the day, let's say we use 500, and then we spike up to 1,000 for an hour and then drop back down. Well, part of our charge is based on that peak or that spike. And so if you use the electricity from the batteries during that time, you can keep your line basically consistent and you reduce that peak. So that's where some of the cost savings come in. But it would also be there to be used to use it in an emergency. There's not enough to really consider it long enough to be an emergency. We could have it for a period of time where it could run the wastewater treatment plant for, I thought we looked at maybe 12 hours, but that's really not a sufficient time to consider it a strong emergency backup. And you could look at it, we could potentially try to use it to handle other emergency services if needed. It would depend how you set that up.
Thank you.
Further questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, my questions relate to financing, looking at the 8.2 year projected break-even period. It was stated that there's kind of two options for doing this. One is pay for it from the electric fund, another is to issue bonds. But in those financial projections, I didn't see any bond issuance cost, and there's a line item that says financing interest rate 0%, TBD, to be determined. So it looks like that projected payback was calculated assuming that there would not be a bond issuance with interest rates. Am I reading that right?
Does look like that, yes.
Yes.
We have to determine that portion still. It would be something that would need to be worked out.
I mean, to me, there's a big difference in issuing new bond debt to cover this, increases the cost, because small bond issues can be inefficient to finance. If the town's projected cost is $224,000, to do a $224,000 bond issue costs you a lot in attorney's fees and bond issuer fees and loan guarantees and whatever. They're not cheap. So you get a high percentage of that. And if you couple it with some other bond issue that we were going to do, it might be more efficient. But I guess a related question, and it's difficult right now because we don't have a finance director really, is where does the electric fund stand currently? We always keep 3 months of operating expenses in all of our funds. What are our reserves above the 3-month operating expense reserve now? How much do we have on hand, and how are we doing this year? Are we projecting a surplus over budget? So I'd need some information about how this is going to be financed. I mean, I like the concept a lot. I think it's innovative, and I give the UAB and Lee a lot of credit on this, but to me, those are important questions.
And I thought I had what we projected the electric fund to be at. We really need to find the fund balance for 2020, right? And then we would know where it stood and could look at our budget for 2021. I don't have that. I can look that up if I can find it because that fund, like the others, has included summit fees in there at some point that need to be removed if you look at the actual fund balance at the end of 2020.
Yeah, I'd really like to have a good picture of where we are, because we didn't get that at the last financial report, so I don't have a good up-to-date understanding of where the electric fund balance stands. I don't know. I think it's in better shape than the wastewater and water fund, but that doesn't say much.
Further questions? Does the location in the park, open space property, have the capability to expand if Mean indeed starts to produce more?
No, that is another concern about that location.
Okay.
It does.
Okay. Okay, because do I have the contract right that they may allow us to be able to produce more renewable energy in the future?
Correct. They did recently increase from 2 to 5%, so they could increase that more if they felt there was pressure to do so, or for various reasons they could increase that.
Because it's been intimated that perhaps they'll increase it to 10, but we don't have the capability of expanding that facility in the one location that was mentioned.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Trustee Rogan?
Has there been any thought given to what kind of solar panels we'd be getting, what kind of concentrators? Because that can have a big impact on how much energy is produced. You know, there are those kind of like half barrel ones that move along with the sun. There's, you know, as you know, I'm sure a range of options. And how would that be decided?
I let the UEB really put a lot of this together. I don't have the specifics on the types of panels that were looked at. I could go back through the actual, it wasn't the study, but they also then had a proposal put together by a company and estimate and see what type of panels they put in for that estimate.
Yeah, because there's a lot to consider there. There's longevity of the panels, there's bang for the buck with the panels, and there's always new solar startups coming online that would maybe want to test more innovative film or panels. So that'll be an interesting discussion. I look forward to hearing some details about that.
Further questions? Well, it's been an interesting discussion. As far as direction, I don't know how the board feels about that. Trustee Lowell?
Yeah, I say move forward with the grant application. I think it's a great idea.
Trustee Watt?
I concur with Trustee Lowell.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm in favor of moving forward, and that would include scheduling an election if we need to. The voters of Lions back in 2015 passed an ordinance that requires votes on non-traditional park uses or disposition of park property. That's what the voters decided we should do. So asking the voters whether they'll approve a solar farm as a use in the park is entirely appropriate. That's respecting the ordinance that was passed, and I have no problem putting it on the election ballot. And I'm in favor generally of the project. I think it's an innovative proposal by the UEB, and I think we should move forward.
Trustee Caravas?
Are we asking for guidance, Aaron, to go with the battery or no battery option also, or you just need to go on the grant?
That would be part of it. If there was a general consensus to do one over the other, we would go with that. I think at this point, it would be next meeting. I would be bringing the grant application to the board for their full approval. I was looking for the direction on what to choose with that, which location, and with battery or without. And then as part of that, if that was the direction to do, should we also begin looking at the election and the amendment that might be needed to a covenant or to the agreement with the neighbors?
So my preference would be the next to the bike park with an election with a battery option.
Okay.
Trustee Rogan?
I concur with Trustee Caravas. I'll have what he's having.
Trustee Miller?
I also concur with Trustee Caravas and Trustee Rogan.
And I concur as well with the need, as the Mayor Pro Tem stated, of the financial health of the electric fund. I think we need to know that. I think that that's incredibly important. So bring forward the additional information at the next meeting, Aaron.
As a general, I did pull up what we had in the budget for 2020, right? And the projected fund balance at the end was projected unrestricted net position was going to be 600,000. I can't recall off the top of my head how much we are estimating for the Summit Electric. If you guys can know that from your discussions, you would subtract that out, because again, somewhere in 2019 or somewhere that was included in there. So that would be the reduction, and that should be where we stand on the electric fund for the projected 21 fund.
Does that include the money that we've had to spend for the new meters?
Yes, because that's at the end of 2021. The projected fund balance at the end of 20 was 940,000.
Okay.
And then we were taking into account a $300,000
Good.
loss basically from the net meters and the other projects, the undergrounding electric.
Good. Okay.
Does that include Longs Peak utilities also?
Sir?
Right, good. No, because that wasn't in the budgeting. The electric portion, the original project did not have anything in there for that. So no,
Okay, thank you.
Longs Peak is budgeted 2021.
Yeah.
but there was no electric fund use for that project.
Okay. All right.
It would be extra what we plan.
Okay. You have your direction, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Madam Clerk, read the next item into the record, please.
Yes, the next item is discussion and direction to staff regarding the proposed amendments to the development plan agreement with Summit Housing.
Council, you want to give us a little bit of an update on this? We had a discussion previously. Now we can publicize it.
Yeah, so at this point, the board needs to take direction on what we should go into an amendment to development plan agreement. As you know, we have now had a development plan agreement in place with Summit Housing for some time. It has been amended twice in its most recent iteration. Previously there were 8 amendments to the original development plan agreement with Keith Bell, which they are still a party to through assignment. But at this point, in order to consider any concessions, if any, that the board would like to make, we would need to amend the development plan agreement once again to include those. In addition, some of the options the board has been presented in executive session would include amending the code to allow for certain things like the waiver of use taxes, the waiver of parks impact fees, and so we would need that direction as well. And if any of those things happen, of course, we would need to bring back the amended development plan agreement for final approval. We would also need to bring back something like an ordinance to be able to waive use taxes. And so we're just looking at this point for direction on how to proceed.
Okay. Any comments by the board? Trustee Miller?
At this point, I would like to ask Trustee Lowell to recuse himself from this discussion and direction from his lack of being able to be unbiased in this matter. He's shown over and over that he is not capable of making that decision without bias. And with the ethics complaint that we just had to listen to the other day when he was not even present, I would like to ask him to recuse himself.
Is that in the form of a motion?
Yes, it is.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second, as stated by Trustee Miller. Is there any discussion?
And just to be clear, this is a request for recusal under the ethics code for bias and prejudice. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
This is not a quasi-judicial matter, for one thing. Secondly, Trustee Lowell and I have pretty much disagreed on many aspects of affordable housing for many years, dating back to the proposal in 2015. However, I don't think his past or his present positions on that require him to recuse himself. I've run for board twice with my number one goal being, stated goal being to make sure we got affordable housing in Lyons. Does that make me biased in favor of affordable housing. Like the first time I ran, I conditioned my support of affordable housing by saying it needed to be economically feasible. And I even got some criticism from some people, and now I'm a former trustee, saying I was hedging my bets. So I don't think that someone taking a position in general for or against a particular policy or decision that the town may make requires them to recuse themselves. There's been no suggestion that Trustee Lowell has any kind of financial interest at stake here. This is not a quasi-judicial matter, so that any discussions of this outside of a process would require recusal. So though I disagree in many respects with him about affordable housing, I do not think he's required to recuse himself, and I'm not going to vote to require him to do that.
Any further comments? I have one. I made an appointment to the UEB of a person that constantly disagrees with me for the specific reason that he had disagreed with me for years. Having somebody disagree or express their opinion is what we are about as a country, period. I would never, ever have somebody recuse themselves because they differed on an opinion of me or even the board. I can't tell you how many times I was on the wrong side of 6-1 votes. It never offended anybody on the board of trustees that I ever sat on previously. So no, I cannot vote in favor of that motion either. Any further comments? Trustee Rogan.
Thank you. I don't think it's a matter of agreeing or disagreeing. I think we all enjoy robust debate, and I would hope that we all respect each other and treat each other with respect when it comes to that debate. I think it's more a matter of can Trustee Lowell make an unbiased decision in the matter? And honestly, I question that. And, you know, I'm sorry to say it, but it's what I think. So I'm going to say it in public.
Trustee Miller, you had a statement?
Trustee Rogan essentially said it for me. And it really comes down to the fact that, you know, the social media issue has just not stopped either.
Any further comments? If not, then we'll vote on the motion. A yes vote is to force Trustee Lowell to recuse. A no vote is to allow him to participate in the discussion.
Mayor Angelo,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
No.
Trustee Waugh,
No.
Trustee Lowell,
No.
Trustee Caravas,
No.
Trustee Rogan,
Yes.
and Trustee Miller.
Yes.
Trustee Lowell, we'll enjoy you joining us in the discussion, sir. And let's start with that discussion. Do we have any questions for council, staff, Mayor Pro Tem?
If the board were to approve any financial incentives that required amending the code, such as waiving the parks fee, for example, is that something that could be done as on an emergency basis if needed to, because, you know, we're trying to get construction started and it's been delayed? And is that something that the time period could be shortened, or is that going to take 45 days or whatever the normal time period is?
So generally, the new emergency ordinance needs to be a pressing health, safety, or general welfare concern. And we could certainly try to make the argument, but this is not, it's not water main breaking. So we'd have to explore that further, but it certainly doesn't fit the classic definition of what an emergency ordinance is for, some sort of pressing need to the town. I guess an argument can be made that, getting affordable housing built is a pressing need to the town. That's probably the way we'd frame it, but.
General welfare is, there are people leaving town every day because they can't find a place to rent. So if we didn't do it as an emergency, what's the time period we're looking at? 15 days between meetings and then 15-day notice in advance of the first. Are we looking at 30 plus days?
Yeah, we're probably looking September before it'd be effective.
And if we were able to reach an agreement on terms with Summit, I guess this is for the town administrator, do they have designs on when they could start construction?
My understanding is, go ahead, Attorney Timmon.
I mean, just another thought on that. I mean, if things that have been proposed is, use tax collection, and that one in particular, the town has enforcement capabilities on the collection of that, and the town could, if an ordinance were to pass, just decide not to collect, even though the ordinance was not yet effective. So that may be an option to effectively make it quicker than it would otherwise be.
I think if you had your first reading July 19th and a second on August 2nd, and then 30 days, I think September is reasonable to consider that they would not, they could probably wait to pull their building permits to then. They have till December to pay for all their tap fees with the DR money.
We're looking at at least 15 days for drafting and approving an amended development agreement if we reach agreement on terms.
15 or 14?
Well, till the next meeting, whatever, but you got to allow some drafting time, and we haven't communicated it and offered to them even yet because we haven't decided one yet. So
no. I mean, staff are used to putting together agreements, by the next meeting. We do that all the time.
I mean, if we need to, I think you can make a good argument that there's an affordable housing crisis in Lyons, and that directly relates to the general welfare. Every time a business can't hire a worker because there's no place for them to live, every time we lose a longtime resident because because they lost their lease and they can't find a place to live, I think there's a pretty good argument that can be made if we need to. So I wanted to throw that out there as a consideration.
Further questions? Do we want to discuss options? Council, is this the time to discuss our various options?
I believe it is. And, by doing so, giving staff direction on what sorts of amendments we need to make, if any, to the development plan agreement.
Mayor Pro Tem, would you mind going through your ideas in regard to that subject again?
Okay. For the record, these items were discussed as part of a negotiating strategy in executive session. No decisions were made, and I would emphasize that. These were simply options that were thrown out for consideration, and no votes were taken on them in executive session, although they may be here in this public portion of the meeting. A little bit of background. Summit came to us, to the town, with basically an ask for an upfront waiver of $1.122 million, $1,122,500 in upfront waivers of utility fees, tap fees, basically. We had a special meeting to discuss that, looked at how they came to that figure. And one of the issues discussed then was, were they asking the town to basically bear 100% of the risk for increased construction costs? Between then and now, I've been doing some research. The town staff has been doing some research, both on their own and talking with state and Longmont and Boulder County housing experts, and looking at what other municipalities and counties have done in this regard. And I'm going to go through the list of options that was kind of put on the table, kind of call it a cafeteria menu during executive session, that would meet part, but not all of Summit's ask without waiving any of the utility fees and without reducing property taxes at all. And I divided these into two categories. The first one would be fees and taxes. It's estimated that the town staff plan review fees of building permit fees and that sort of thing, that the staff time that's put into them is, the estimate was $34,644. That does not include outside professional fees like engineers and lawyers that have worked on this that the town has to pay out of pocket for. The estimated, based on the revised construction figures, amount of use tax that would be generated by this project is $97,875. The park's impact fee is estimated at $66,578. And then another item put on the table for discussion, but not voted on, would be to use up to perhaps $150,000 of the ARP grant funds that we expect to get. $275,000 is the total amount of that, to create some sort of incentives for Summit to begin and complete construction. Just as an example, and this example could be changed, 1/3 of that upon 10 days after construction begins, 1/3 upon completion of public improvements, 1/3 upon issuance of a certificate of occupancy after the units were completed. And a suggestion was made in executive session, not decided on, that we perhaps attempt to craft some type of adjustment of that figure based on construction cost index, perhaps a lumber commodity prices index, that if lumber prices actually went down between the time the agreement was signed and the time that the lumber had to be purchased, that figure would be reduced proportionately. So that might be difficult to draft, but I think the concept is was suggested. So the total of those fees and taxes amounts, which the board can change any of them, would be $349,000. And then there's a second category of possible construction changes, such as reducing the amount of landscaping, leaving more of the property in its kind of natural state. Estimated there $100,000. Reducing the cost of transporting materials, finding a local place that debris from blasting and that type of thing could be trucked to. Estimate $75,000. Amending the requirement that's in the existing agreement that these living units have garages attached. We would retain the requirement that the storage units be provided, but the garage construction adds some expense. And the estimated cost savings on that would be $87,000 for a total construction changes subtotal of about $262,000. And these are estimates, these aren't exact figures. So that you add those two categories together, fees and taxes plus construction changes, and you're looking at about $611,000 total financial incentives, cost reductions provided to Summit if we decided to make that proposal. Again, Summit's total ask was about $1.1 million. So that's roughly half of their ask. And I guess one way to look at that would be, are we instead of the town assuming 100% of the risk up front by waiving all of its utility fees, would we be sharing that risk approximately 50-50 with Summit? Another aspect of this would be Summit has 3 additional lots that they don't plan to build on, 2 of them because they back up to the riverbank that was damaged in the flood. One possibility would be to include as a part of any agreement that Summit convey those lots to the town for future use to be determined by future boards. Could be a pocket park, If you could ever get the bank remediated, perhaps the lots would become valuable. They're zoned R1 currently, but that would be a part of the deal. And then some of the research we've done on other things. I've previously circulated, it's a matter of public record, that Summit's project in Broomfield, in the just completed, received a considerable amount of financial incentives and concessions from the city of Broomfield. Staff review fees were waived, use tax was waived, a public land dedication fee, which I think is something equivalent to our parks fee, was waived. That was $97,000. And then property taxes were basically waived by having that affordable housing project title held in the name of the Broomfield Housing Authority, which is a public entity and therefore exempt from property taxes. Nederland just completed its new 27-unit affordable housing complex, which was fairly controversial in Nederland, and it was made possible through $800,000 in grant funds from Boulder County, because that's going to be a project managed and built by the Boulder County Housing Authority. Just today, Town Administrators in Simonson received a list of financial concessions and incentives that Longmont had provided to Summit for the Centennial Park project there. It includes some of the things we're talking about. Tax waivers, which was described as a sales tax waiver of $103,000, staff review fees, and totally the total amount of financial incentives provided there was $483,000. Remind everyone that when the Habitat project was approved several years ago here in Lyons, that the town provided the water shares and waived the utility connection fees, the tap fees. I think the amount was in excess of $300,000 for a total of 6 units. And then in 2015, the Bone Park housing proposal that was voted down by that the voters did not approve, the town was proposing to contribute a minimum of 5.5 acres of real property that's conservatively valued at around in excess of $2 million, and was considering, although it never decided, waiving some of the utility fees. So the gist of that is to suggest that it is fairly routine in the Front Range for affordable housing projects to be granted financial incentives and concessions by both local and county governments. Construction costs being what they are, and land costs being what they are, and water costs being what they are in the Front Range. Many communities and counties have found that those types of things are necessary to get an affordable housing project done. And so that's the list of potential options that we've come up with and discussed also in executive session, but again, not decided, is to the extent that some or all of those would be approved by a board majority as being a part of an offer to Summit. Should we couch that offer as essentially a take it or leave it offer? That we want to get this, if the decision is made to proceed with that, should we basically tell Summit now is the time to go forward? We're tired of waiting. You either accept this, basically meeting you halfway, or if you don't, then the town has legal options it can pursue under the existing signed development agreement. And that's an outline. And as far as procedure, Mayor, I guess I would leave that to you and the town attorney, whether we want to go item by item and vote on them, or whether consider them as a whole package, or maybe divide them. To me, I guess there's 7 different items there that we talked about. Maybe we should go item by item, because some people may favor one and not favor the other, but procedurally, that seems to make sense to me.
Okay, I'd just like to make a couple of comments and then ask the board if they'd like to make comments also, and then we can move forward with how we're going to proceed with each individual item, or whether we're going to do it as a package. First of all, after the meeting with the Summit representatives, my feeling is that they'll take it. They want to do the project. They were going to do the project anyway, you know. So do we incentivize them to do it by offering what every other municipality that you spoke of has offered and even more? I mean, it cost us what it cost us for the Habitat for Humanity's homes, and now we're talking about 40 units. So for a little less, I mean, a little more money. So to me, that's not a real hard decision to make. Plus, like I brought up in the executive session, these units will contribute to the enterprise funds to the tune of, I'm rounding it off, $50,000 a year. So for all intents and purposes, what we're committing to alleviate Summit's position will be paid for in 12 years approximately. But more important than that is the fact that we need affordable housing. This is probably one of the predominant issues in America today. So I'm all for everything that you've offered. I think it's fair. I don't think it's going to impact us to the extent that we have to worry about it. The money that we're going to accrue straight out into the enterprise funds are going to enable us to do some terrific projects. And I favor everything that you've come up with, Mayor Pro Tem, and appreciate all the time and effort that you put into the affordable housing concept. Thank you. Further comments? Trustee Rogan?
Thank you, Mayor Angelo. I agree with you 100%. In terms of whether this should be a take it or leave it offer, which I think we're also discussing now, I am actually not in favor of making it a take it or leave it offer. I think negotiations could wind up benefiting us in ways that we don't yet imagine. So I would be open to further negotiating, but I doubt that they will. I mean, I think they're probably going to be pretty pleased with this package that we're outlining.
Trustee Wong?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for your work on all of those numbers. I appreciate it. I think it's important to realize, and I thank Trustee Lowell for putting this out earlier, we've already given concessions in terms of the water shares not being CBTs, but being Macintosh shares in the tune of about $1.5 million. To quote Trustee Carabas from earlier, when you're in business, things change. And global pandemic happens and materials cost more. So, you know, I think we're being very generous with this. I'm against the 150,000 cash based on rewards. I think we should remove that. I think we've given a lot. In response to the mayor's comments about how much money we're going to generate from this project, we were always going to generate that project in the original plan and the way that it was laid out without having to contribute $611,000. So, you know, I would really like, you know, I'll be honest, you know, I think we have to do something because we've made this project too big to fail. And, you know, and I think that's unfortunate. I think the past board made some bad decisions about this agreement, and I think we're being forced to deal with that. I would like to see $611,000 be put to use with citizens and other alternatives and opportunities in this town to add housing, whether it be ADU or in other ways that are in fact affordable housing. They may not qualify as affordable housing, but I think I think $611,000 could go a far way in helping a lot of people in this town who want to solve these problems in ways that don't come with huge tax bills and water shares and those types of things. So, I'm happy to go through them all. I think Mayor Pro Tem and staff have done a good job in coming up with some reasonable estimates, but I don't think the $150,000 in cash is really necessary. So, if I were to take one of the things out of what Mayor Pro Tem put out there, I would say that would be the thing that I took out. Everything else is consideration. It's maybe waiving a little bit of fees, but to say that we have to do this to get the money, I mean, we have a signed contract to get the money that you're talking about to the enterprise funds, even if we don't give them a dime. Now, they may back away from the project, but I agree, they're not going to back away from the project, and that was based on the discussions that we had at meetings where they were able to speak and talk to what they're doing. So I think we should help them, but I think we've already given more than half, personally.
I just unmuted myself. Trustee Miller.
I'm in favor of everything Mayor Pro Tem Browning suggested. But I'd also like to add the 8 flood taps in that we have left that were slated for affordable housing. We've used several of them on different projects around town. And some for the town, public works building, some for the Habitat homes, etc. And there's 8 left, according to Mr. Kaplan. And I believe that we should give them those 8, which would save them roughly $140,000 in tap fees.
Trustee Lowe?
Yeah, as I said in the executive session, because the 1.12 million that they're requesting in concessions is largely based on the price of commodities, I'm not going to be comfortable voting for anything until I see some sort of formula that indicates that if the price of commodities fall, that these concessions that we made to them will not just go to fattening their bottom line, but rather we'll get some sort of recompense on it. And the other issue I have is that if they accept these incentives and these changes to the development plan agreement, it should be clear that this is the last thing we're going to do. Because I guarantee once they start blasting and digging and trying to construct Carter Drive, they're going to come back to us and ask for more concessions. So I just want to be absolutely sure that that's part of whatever agreement that goes forward. But this is it. This is our best offer, and this is the final word.
Further comments? Trustee Carovas?
Volume down? Your volume down?
Oh, it is now.
I like to thank staff and Mark and the mayor and actually all of us, everybody for working on this for all these years. Just a continuous process that we're working with. I have agreements with everyone that's spoken so far on things they've said. One thing I don't agree with would be Trustee Miller's 8 flood taps. I think I mentioned this before in our conversations. I would rather hold those back either for our park needs in the future if we need them, or as the Eastern Corridor develops, if there's room or space to put another Habitat 4-plex, 6-plex, use those for that if possible. More or less just basically planning or saving for the future type thing, 5-10 years down the road. I agree with Kenyon or Trustee Wall, about the 611. I think I thought I stated in some other comments, I have in my notes that I feel comfortable around a $500,000 amount helping them with, giving them. So I think that pretty much kind of stays with what Trustee Wah was saying about the 150 on the ARPA money. And we can use, and town staff can use that for possibly other things that they could be used in that lengthy paper, I guess, or article that was in our packet concerning what the ARPA money could be used for, like parks and, increasing the camping in parks. And that's where I'd like to see that money spent. But getting it going and getting this thing finally done. Yeah, I'm kind of tired of meeting the same thing, beating a dead horse. The horse isn't quite dead yet, but it's, we are beating it around. So I would like to see us make a decision, set it, send it to them, and move on and get this thing going.
There are a couple of figures that I would like you to research, Administrator Simonson. One of them is the disposal of the blasting materials and what they're going to have to excavate to build the project and Carter Drive. That's number one. And the other one that fascinates me, and I think is low, is the difference between building the garages and the storage units. I think that's too low. Wasn't it $68,000?
I think we had it at 87,000.
Yeah, 87,000. Is that
that presumes that they will still be building storage units. So
Well, it'd be a carport with a storage unit instead of a full garage.
two-car
But
garage?
They are planning 2 cars. So if the board was comfortable, we could say, can you quote a 1-car carport, the other car in the driveway behind it, and a storage unit?
Yeah, I just think honestly that that's a little low. And I think that that's going to be to our advantage, because I think that they'll actually be able to save a little more money than that. I could be wrong, but I'd like you to at least research that further. Now, any other comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
procedurally, it seems like the things that potentially there's disagreement on would be the use of the grant incentives, the $150,000, and the provided tap fees. Maybe we should separately vote on those. Just a suggestion as to how to resolve, or we could go down the list and vote. Just take a vote on each one of them.
Are those the two main issues that the board feels that we should separate? And other than that, that we could vote on the rest of the items that the Mayor Pro Tem came up with in a package? Trustee Lowell?
I'm okay with that.
Trustee Caravas?
Yeah, could you restate your statement, Mark? You said about tap fees. I'm just looking at the list.
The two items that there were disagreements on were the $150,000 of ARP funds and the 8 tap fees, that maybe we discuss and vote on those separately.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Let's see, Trustee Miller?
Yeah.
Trustee Wah?
Yes.
Trustee Rogan?
Yep.
And I agree as well. So let's vote on everything other than the two items that the Mayor Pro Tem pulled out of the list. How do we feel about that? Trustee Lowell, do you agree?
Sure.
Mayor Pro Tem, I assume you agree?
Yes.
Trustee Caravas? Trustee Miller?
Yes.
Trustee Wah?
Yes.
Trustee Rogan?
Yes.
All right, so those are agreed to. Now we'll procedurally, let's vote on the water taps. How does the board feel about that? Yes or no? Trustee Lowell?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No, I think we should draw the line on utility concessions.
Trustee Caravas?
No.
Trustee Miller?
Yes.
Trustee Wah?
No.
Trustee Rogan?
No.
There will be no concessions of the extra water taps that we will save for another project. Now let's talk about the grant funds as an incentive, as the Mayor Pro Tem spoke about in regard to 3 separate payments to incentivize. How do you feel about that, Trustee Lowell?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I'd like to make a kind of a comment before I.
You may, sir.
I thought Trustee Lowell's suggestion about what happens if commodity prices go down was an excellent one. And so my vote to use that 150,000 for that purpose would be premised on a condition that the total amount would be adjusted downward to reflect, I believe that there's a fairly accessible lumber commodity price index. I've seen it quoted in many newspaper articles recently, that if, just mathematical example, just for ease of reference, if lumber prices decrease 50% from the day we sign this agreement until the time the project is completed, that $150,000 of concessions would go down to $75,000. And conversely, if lumber prices go up, no, it doesn't go up. Summit takes the risk of price increase, but we get the benefit of a price decrease if lumber prices go down. And you could pick a labor price index or concrete price index or something. I just think that that's one that's readily accessible. Note that it would be a challenge to the town attorney to draft that, but I have great confidence in his drafting ability.
As I do. Trustee Lowell?
Yeah, I think the gentleman from CMC, was that the construction company? I think they were talking about more than lumber. I'm looking through my notes here. There's so it'd be more than just the lumber index. Wouldn't it be like cement, steel, whatever? I don't know how you would do that.
Concrete, and you could do a batch of indexes. I'm just trying to pick one that's readily available and simple. And it could be that concrete prices go up and lumber prices go down. Unless there's some kind of a general construction cost index that is available. And
I actually was going to take that issue separately because I thought it was a great suggestion by Trustee Lowell, and the gentleman from Summit had already indicated that he would do that when we discussed that at the meeting. But we can include it or not include it. I would prefer to separate it, and then as a requirement of this agreement with Summit, state that if indeed that happened, that we would be compensated.
Okay.
We can do it however you want to do it. I'd prefer.
I'm in favor of using those funds as incentives, and then we can talk about the potential
That's right.
reduction.
So we'll do it again. Are we in favor of using those funds as incentives? Trustee Lowell?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
Yes.
Trustee Caravas?
Based on the Mayor Program was talking about, and I agree with, using the index, I'll say yes at this time.
Trustee Miller?
Yes.
Trustee Wah?
No.
Trustee Rogan?
No, I think they'd be a good back pocket item for further negotiations if necessary.
I think because of the incentive aspect of it, that all agree with the Mayor Pro Tem. And so that will be included in the package to Summit. Now let's discuss Trustee Lowell's suggestion of, and I know it's going to be hard, Counselor, but to come up with some kind of an agreement that if there's a drop in prices of materials that were credited, and if not, it doesn't matter. That's it. That's that's it. You got it. You got to eat it. If they go up, you got to eat it. How do we feel about that, Trustee Lowell?
Yeah, I'm for that. Are we just including the 150K, or is that to cover everything in that first $349,000? Is it just the 150, or would all of those prices, all of those concessions go down accordingly if the commodities prices drop?
I was suggesting the 150 because that's what we'd be basically coming out of pocket on, the use tax and the parks fee, are basically things that Summit would be paying to us. It's all fungible, I guess, in one respect, but I was suggesting conditioning the 150,000 as our main out-of-pocket cost on that. And I'm not sure the lumber price index is the best. If there's some general type of readily accessible construction inflation cost index, we could use that. But for interest rates, you used to use Wall Street Journal Prime +1 or something like that. But basically, some type of an index that's easily determinable and published somewhere. And I'm not an expert in that area. I've just seen the lumber price index lately.
Yeah, and this will have to come back to the board for approval. So, we can certainly talk with someone to come up with some ideas. I know they had some at the last meeting and then propose something, and it'll be subject to board's approval at that point in time.
Oh, and let's see, let me go through the board just to get a consensus. Trustee Caravas.
Yes. Yes.
Trustee Miller.
Yes.
Trustee Wah.
No.
Trustee Rogan.
Yes.
And I agree as well. So we'll wait. We'll see what happens to the market. We have time. If it continues to, if it continues to drop, we may have to amend the agreement. Was that your concern, Trustee Lowell, in your last statement?
That what?
That if commodity prices or even labor costs drop further, that it could affect a lot of those totals.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Okay, so we'll have time to be able to analyze that between now and then before we finalize this agreement. Okay, I think that was a very constructive discussion and direction.
We need to talk about whether or not to accept the 3 lots in lieu of a parks fee dedication. That we'd accept the land instead of the dedication.
I was kind of considering that for the package, and nobody objected, and I think that's to some extent.
I've just learned sometimes
Yeah,
we walk away thinking that this is how the group feels, and then we bring it back.
Some of the things that we're giving up, if some year, 10 years from now, those things become worth $250,000, we recover a lot of this. If they're worthless because nobody ever fixes the riverbank, then we haven't lost anything. But I think there's upside to those lots and there's little downside. We need to make it clear that Summit still retains its obligation to build the fencing that they've promised to do to make them secure. That's important.
Okay.
We'd have.
Then maintenance. I mean, I don't know if the board really wants them or not. Do you want to just consider forgiving the parks dedication fee, or do you want to negotiate the lots in exchange for those? We could also ask them to maintain them, since they will be maintaining the rest of the lots.
I think the question is whether we want, because the impression I got, Administrator Simonson, is they had no problem dedicating those lots to the town.
I know, I don't know if the board wants them.
No, that's what you're going to find out right now. Trustee Lowell.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Trustee Caravas.
Which lots again?
The 2 lots bordering the river and the one up top. I think that's at the beginning of Carter Drive. Is that correct, Administrator Simons?
No, it's at the crux of the hill where it's going to be the hardest to develop, but it's where we already have a social, well, we have an easement right now on the plat. But it would be that, I mean, those are the 3 lots. There's a map in your packet that were colored green that right now they are not planning to use.
So yes means we want the lots, no means we don't want them.
Yes.
I'd say no.
Trustee Miller.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to say yes for now, I guess.
No.
Trustee Rogan.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. You always take the land. Always, always, always take the land. Okay, so you have direction on that, Administrator Simonson. Anything else? Anybody? Trustee Rogan?
Yes, not related to this, but looking at the time and knowing that it's almost 1:30 in the morning for Trustee Y, I think, I would like to move item 10.3, the ARPA funds, to a later meeting. I don't think it's an urgent discussion, and it's a very complex discussion. So yeah, that's what I'd like to move.
I'll second that.
For the record, I am in Colorado.
Oh, well, then it's almost 11:30.
I appreciate it, though.
Okay, we have a motion to amend the agenda and a second. Any discussion? Call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Caravas,
Aye.
Wah,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
and Trustee Miller.
Yay.
The agenda is amended, but could you please read item 3 into the record, Madam Clerk, because Marissa has been online for a long, long time.
Yes, item 3 is the update and discussion regarding the park's operations in 2021.
Staff?
This was an item requested by Mayor Pro Tem Browning to do kind of a midsummer update on how the parks are operating and how our policies and kind of the guidelines we've put into place are working. And so Marissa's here as overseeing the parks staff this summer to tell you what the attendance numbers look like and the feedback we're getting from our park host and staff.
Excuse the late hour, Marissa. Go ahead.
No worries. Sorry, I look orange. The lighting's funny. But based on our numbers that we've been getting in, we still have not hit capacity numbers. And keep in mind the numbers that you do see in the packet. Those are the total numbers for the day, not at any peak given time. So Crystal's been doing a good job of keeping track of those numbers. We've only had 2 days where we've hit above 1,000. That is including this weekend. Saturday, our numbers were 1,115, so just a little less than Father's Day. Sunday, surprisingly, was less than 1,000. Our park hosts seem to be doing really good and handling this very well this year. Also, the picnic tables, we've been seeing a very positive response on this. People are really happy to be able to have a secured place to come in the parks. I am surprised at how good the feedback has been from people with that. And so those are kind of the biggest things with it. Even for the most part, trash and stuff in Laverne and Bone Park has been able to be kept up with by the park hosts. And we do have a seasonal maintenance staff that does come around and help pick up on the weekends.
Marissa, how about the hourly parking? You've said that's made a big difference too.
Yes, so the hourly parking, that is doing really well. It seems to have created more of a turnaround of traffic instead of keeping people there all day. The old $5 for every 4 hours seemed to keep people there all day. Whereas if people can pay that $3 an hour on the weekends, they seem to leave and then we get new people in. So it's definitely refreshing to get that new crowd and in the parks. And so parking numbers are actually in Laverne doing very well. Bone Park, we've been having some trouble with the meters. One of the meters is working very sporadically. The other meter is down. I have contacted the company about replacing the doors so we can do the upgrade, because part of the problem is the 3G to the 5G networks. It's not able to read to the towers. So on a given weekend, when we have a lot of people that come to town, they crash when they're on that lower network. They did say in the next 2 to 3 weeks, we should have doors replaced in Bone Park, is what the company told me. So I am hopeful that that will happen. There is some funds being raised in Bone Park. They're not near the numbers as in Laverne, which is also expected. But
how about feedback from Ray's River Rental?
Ray had a rough start, but he is very positive, and I know he's been really encouraging the life jackets and stuff in the park, which I think is kind of eye-opening to all of us. We weren't used to seeing everyone wear life jackets and stuff in the park. And it is a good thing to see, especially with the river rescues we've had this year. It seems to be those are pretty high this year.
Any questions for Marissa? Trustee Mayor Pro Tem?
Just real quick, because it's late. I've gotten some feedback. First of all, thank you for the report. One of the reasons for scheduling this right after July 4th was just to see what might occur that we might need to address, but the reports I got back were generally positive. In particular, I think we've got a really good set of park hosts this year, and that's helped a lot. And I also wanted to check and see if in fact we had some Boulder County Sheriff's Office deputies available, and apparently that did finally happen this weekend, and they did come in handy. The one kind of area that may need some attention, and I don't have a solution for it, is I understand there's some people who are upset that they paid to reserve a picnic table, and then they got there and they found out they couldn't get in to park to use their picnic table. And I don't know if there's some way to couple picnic table reservations with parking privileges or not, but I think that needs some attention, because from what I understand, several people said, oh, I paid $10, I'll be able to get in here. And they said, no, you don't have parking and it's full right now. You have to park wherever you can park and walk in with your picnic supply. So I think that needs a little bit of attention. Not a big deal, but it's something new and needs kinks to be worked out, I believe. So thank you very much for your report.
Definitely.
Any other questions?
Also, just to kind of touch on that a little bit, the park house did reach out because we've had that question with some shelter rentals too. And so we are going to try and see if we can come up with some sort of a plan where we can allow, we can't guarantee parking, unfortunately. Then we would start, there's only so many parking spots in there, but at least for like maybe a drop-off pickup area, trying to come up with some sort of a plan that we can allow at least some of those people to come drop their stuff off and leave. The issue is guaranteeing that they do leave and do not park and block a fire lane. You guys also did receive that incident action plan from the sheriff. And, you know, part of that is keeping that lane clear in the park so that we can get emergency vehicles back there.
Any other questions for Marissa? Trustee Carabas. Oh,
How are we coming on the additional hookups in Laverne Johnson Park and then the camper or dry non-hookup parking that we asked about in the budget session to put them on the driveway going back to the shelters? I mean, I see some cones down there, but I know as a board, we thought we'd have that in place by this, so for this whole season, but it's not done. So I'm just kind of curious where we're at with that.
So the last update that I had with that is the guys did get a pretty late start because they were so short-staffed. And then they did go out and start trying to stake, and then it's become involved with moving sprinkler lines, especially in the camping areas, not so much the dry camping areas. All the signs are made. It's just really waiting on when staff has enough time to go over there and actually set that stuff up.
Okay,
So
thank you.
that's the point we're at right now. Mhm.
Great.
further questions for Marissa? Seeing none, thank you very much for a comprehensive report, Marissa. We scored number 4 from the agenda, and number 5's been covered already by council in his report. So we'll move to discussion on future agenda items. Mayor Pro Tem?
I had a list of things, one of which I think Trustee Miller requested last meeting, and I made previous inquiry about also, and that's in fairly short order, I think, to get ready to talk about the possibility of doing RV parking near the wastewater treatment facility so that it would be available at least before the new parking ordinance took effect next January. I think the board needs to discuss that. We've never actually approved it. It's just been talked about in concept. Another thing would be back in April, we directed that the old Apple Valley water treatment plant be listed for sale. I'd like to see a status report on that. So we know that that is proceeding. Also, I think we need a status report on curbside limb pickup that's been budgeted for, but the July list of events that just got sent out by email blast didn't include that. And it's getting close to midsummer, and I'd just like a status report on when that's going to happen and how much it's going to cost. And then finally, I believe that staff has had discussions with the local wedding venue owners about how we confirm that sales taxes are being paid in Lyons by out-of-town vendors who are coming in and have temporary presence in town selling taxable things. And coupled with that, there's mushrooming, to use a term lightly, number of mobile food vendors in Lyons. I see more and more of them every weekend. And the same issue exists with them, which is how do we know they're all business licensed and how do we know they're paying sales tax? And to me, this would make a good workshop discussion. If we have a workshop availability, although I know we're about to hit budget season. So either as a general discussion item at a board meeting or as a workshop, I'd like to talk about making sure that out-of-town vendors, mobile wedding vendors, maybe there are other types, or how we are monitoring sales tax reporting and collection from those.
Thank you, sir. Any other suggestions for future agenda items? Trustee Waugh.
This may not be the appropriate place, but I would like to have us start looking at the schedule for the budget period. I know there was a full day session in September last year. We need to get that scheduled, I think, and on a calendar. I'd like to see a budget calendar for the rest of the year. Business travel is picking up, so people aren't necessarily just going to be around in Lyons.
I think that's an excellent idea. Anybody else with a future agenda item request?
I have that budget date. We have the calendar. I have the calendar done. I'll send it tomorrow. I was waiting for a finance director to approve it for their schedule too, but
I hope everybody It's not necessarily a future agenda item, but it will be on future agendas, hopefully. I hope everybody, I know it's late. I hope everybody appreciated having executive sessions about really important items at the beginning of the meetings instead of ending one now when we're all a little bit tired, to say the least. So I hope that we can continue to do that, because I think that's really important, because they involve really important issues. Anybody else? A summary of action items. Town Clerk Vasquez.
Yes, this is what I have. Trustee Lowell would like to check on the trash receptacles in the Black Bear Hole, which I think Administrator Simonson covered earlier. Trustee Rogan would like to see a return to in-person executive sessions. The mayor, Mr. Mayor Angelo, would like Sheree Margot to address the Board of Trustees on mental health. I believe it was Mayor Pro Tem who would like the electric fund balance information for the solar garden. And I believe also they would like, what was Mayor Pro Tem? Research figures for disposal of blasting materials on Carter Drive for Summit, and a difference in the dollar amounts between garages and carports and storage units for Summit. And then a follow-up on picnic tables and parking reservations planned to be tied in together.
Administrator Simonson, do you have any additions?
It's the actual action items in regard to moving forward with the solar grant application. And I think that's the items, of course, that were just brought up by Mayor Pro Tem.
And is Attorney Dittman still with us? Do you have any additions, Counselor?
Sorry about that. I don't know why my camera went off, but I don't think I have any additions other than the fact we need to come up with some sort of a amendment to the development plan agreement based on the board's direction.
Okay, sir. Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Do we have a second?
Second.
I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Travis,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
This meeting is adjourned. Stay safe, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.